but it's probably helpful in most cases. I feel like Songs of Six gets a big update every time I blink, Ellen. Like, it's like every 3 months. Like, shout outs to Jake. He's real good at pumping content into that game. Maybe I need to, what's in the patch notes, if you could give me, like, the 2-line top-level version. Also, Hail Zortos and Dan's Labyrinth. An end shift. It's too messy. That seems like an organizational issue, Gilroy. I mean, I unsubscribe to channels if I don't want to see their stuff in my subscription box, and it still pops them up on my homepage. More quality of life stuff? Military patrols, improved justice system. Is it improved or changed? Reworked diplomacy. For the better or the worse? I feel like half the time when I see system improved in Songs of Six, I like the system less. It's like almost always the case, and it's bummed me out over the last few years. But I'll take a look at it. I mean, hold on. Dude, if Songs of Six added dinos and magic, my brain would melt. Dance Labyrinth, but I know that's not what you're saying. I see. Update queued. Yeah, it's coming in. Reign of Terror. Gotcha. Law has been completely remade now. It's primarily about trading happiness for loyalty. Utopia with full happiness needs no law at all, and you can have the entire game without touching any of it, and it's really is clean, desolate, no punishment, never dictate that punishment. That affects happiness. I don't know. Okay. Guards and guard post coverage, invest deep. Exponential opening. Or to full tyranny, forsake happiness for absolutely, and so. Okay. New guard rooms around it. Legacy. Okay, that's good about the tech tree. The tech tree, this is coming from Songs of Six. The tech tree has been remade once again. Techs are 50% cheaper. No fucking shit, they should be. Sorry, that made me so mad the last 2 times I played that game. But common nodes are gone and rooms with multiple recipes cost more. Okay. With new consumption and technology for each recipe. Trade has been refactored alongside of it. Tariffs now work as a percentage of the... It'd be funny if tariffs actually worked. Someone would learn how tariffs work. Tolls let you sell cheap wares at a good price, and every resource carries a per item price addition to court for logistics. Early trade is more expensive, but in late game, every resource can turn a profit depending on the circumstance and where your emissaries starts to matter a great deal. When is Dinos and Magic coming? Well, Dinos is coming on the 26th, or on the 25th of this month. Magic is TBD. TBA? Could be announced? Yeah, I guess. TBA. What do I mean, machine? I mean, I haven't said anything, so. I'm building minecart routes and stuff. I just, like, Lace Coded in YouTube chat says, I wish Songs of Six had great late game stuff. I never get to the late game for Songs of Six. Because I always get annoyed with the fact that it really wants to be a war game, and I want it to be a, like, game with peaceful options that are, like, viable. That the game permits, and it really doesn't feel like the game allows for peaceful options, and I'm not a huge fan of that. Like, at all, actually. I kind of really dislike that. So, this is Mortalsludge. Tuno Makuth. Makath? Sure. Mortalsludge is a fortress on a terrifying map, so it's not very pleasant here. The named dwarves in the fort are Arga, Bob, Bully, Clonedal, Darius, Dominok, Dord Farquad, Feminoir, 409, Frosty Noodle, Greenleaf McYeet, and Gerd, as well as Hren Cossack and Joe Bart, Ball Cop, naturally, and Judosi, Carl, Laya, Moreb, Ohai Mark, Payne Cleric, our expedition leader, who was the most pissed off dwarf in the fort and is no longer the most pissed off dwarf in the fort, so that's good. Port 3M5, Scout Pie. Actually, ironically, putting this dwarf into the military kind of fixed their mood, like, immediately, and making them train. Port 3M5, Scout Pie, Swiftwing, Virtue Virus, and Wolfie. And I think that's everybody. Now, this fort, it rains malodorous filth. So, stinky filth that causes severe full-body bruising and bleeding. I haven't seen it kill a dwarf yet, but if you look here, there's spatterings of dwarf blood, because my dwarves do bleed when they go outside. So, that's not ideal. The front door of this fort is currently mostly this. It's not the nicest front door. I mean, it is, once again, full of blood. It's an aesthetic choice. We chose for it to be like this, and that's my trash disposal. But the actual fort itself... Where is that actual stairway? There it is. So the fort itself, the entrance kind of be right there. And then over here, I've got this little fishing area that is producing power. We're going to be making more of these, a lot more of those. And power goes up to here. And this is the first contraption we've made. Now this is for teaching swimming lessons. Do you have any beard preference, or is it just any? Both. Now the way that this works is you jump into the minecart and you ride across. And then you grab the vehicle. And then you jump into the minecart and you ride across. And while jumping into the minecart and riding across, you gain about, I don't know, a dozen or so XP in swimming. And so my dwarves are slowly gaining swimming skills. I might make some more of these too. Currently, I just have the one. It was kind of a proof of concept. We'll probably be making more. As you can see, my military aren't training normal military things. They're learning to use miscellaneous objects. And by that, I mean they are fighting with shields. When they actually get into combat situations with two shields, they will learn mostly miscellaneous object. Obviously, they're becoming very good with shields. And that's currently what we're doing. I haven't done this in a while, so we're just kind of having a little bit of fun with this. This dwarf, Payne Cleric, seems to want to break. In fact, a few of these dwarves break. So I'm going to probably give the military a wee bit of a break. But kind of the goal of this fort, primarily, in all honesty, is just chill out and vibe until the dinosaurs arrive. We are in the same world as the Dragon Fort. Different faction. The Dragon Fort is right here. Monster Smash, you see? It's got a population of 1,000, so I could attack them at some point if I decide. I'm probably going to either get attacked or attack these humans and or goblins down there. But the actual goal of this fort mostly is to just hang out and chill and build cool stuff until... What? Sorry, there's a goblin cave like right there and I'm at war with them. That's weird. Why is there a goblin cave there? Okay. Apparently I'm at war with the last evil. But why do they have that random cave on the volcano? So strange. What's the enemy right next to me? I mean, they weren't there until, like, very recently, so. I mean, they weren't there last time I played. But, yeah. Were creature is a curse from a god. So, as far as I know, and as far as I know, it will, and as far as all of the information I know points at it is a curse, it is permanent, it's something you don't want, and you cannot get rid of it. Have they mentioned a cure for it? No. So, Rolf would like any dwarf, happiest dwarf that doesn't have a name. Generally, curses are a permanent thing that you cannot cure. Hence why it's a curse. Otherwise, it wouldn't be much of a curse then. She often feels filled with joy and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She has a greedy streak, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She often feels discouraged, is slow to anger, and is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is assertive, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She is trusting. Tarn has announced that we will have dinosaur people in, like, alongside of that update. Like, that is confirmed. We are getting dino people. From the legend himself, you flatter me, Astral Struggle. Who cured dying? Usually cures everything, in fact. Yeah, huh? June 25th. How do traders work with evil rain? They arrive grumpy. Thankfully, it just causes wounding. It doesn't cause dying, so things still wander in. I haven't had any issues training so far. Like, this map isn't that bad as far as evil biomes go. It's just kind of aggressively unpleasant. So, generally, so far, the dwarves have been pretty alright. We do have a steel industry up and running. I do have these little minecart routes that are, as you can see, transporting my metal ore up here, as well as other things. I've had some requests to make... what's the word I'm looking for here? An elevator. I haven't tried to make one in a very long time, so we could try and make an elevator, which is a series of minecarts that causes minecarts to effectively go vertical. Maybe do that for lava. Be interesting. But I don't know. We'll see. Been binge watching my DF videos, like as in the big ones. Any favorites so far? Like those toxic rains in Cyberpunk? Certainly. Or like the storms in Stalker. But yeah, that is the fort so far. There isn't too much to show. We do have a mist generator, sort of. It's, you know, a natural one. It's this waterfall up here. So probably every now and again, a random animal will fly by and they'll be like, bah! And then they'll forget about it and it'll be fine. I need to place a chair or something there. We do have dwarves singing, which is lovely. I mean, who doesn't want to see a dwarf singing and playing music? I mean, they're playing the adorable bell, which is, of course, a form of music used by the North Guilds, or originating in the North Guilds. The form guides musicians during improvised performances. The music is played on two use, sir, and a osresh. To wear monitors? Were they 1440p? As if so, that's truly sad, because those are nice monitors. Especially if they're like the 160 hertz or like the 240 hertz. Damn. Yeah, it's certainly worth looking at, like Jam Jalopy in YouTube chat says, it's certainly worth looking at the patch notes. for what they're adding. Yeah, the Adorable Bell is a very common form of music in this group. I've seen it in every fort I've played it with in this faction. I've already traded with them, so that's good. Okay, well, too much more to say. Aside from that, I got to sort stockpiles. More or less it. Any questions, chat? Also, we're waiting for this ad to end in 9 seconds. The people that are subscribed on the blog or at higher tiers here on Twitch, just a reminder / heads up, sound commands should work again. And if they don't, yell at me, and I will fix them, because I need to fully update the database. But all of the pieces are back in place for them to work. I do have a little kitchen, as well as a little farm down here. This is where I was pumping the water. It's pretty good. And if you are paying on the blog, I probably haven't re-added your name yet, so please just yell at me. And I cannot remember who's who. So please just yell at me.
For everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove
I don't think it
everything that's
matters.
good from it, the seeds, the vitamins,
Black Boy Max,
nutrients,
who's asking if we're in a
everything's good about it,
simulation.
and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put
A
it
lot
in
of
your
very
shit. Oh, it sounds like
existential
shit when you put it on your shit. It's
thoughts
shit.
happening
Ketchup.
in the YouTube chat at the minute. To which I have to say, why would it matter if we're in a simulation or not? If it's a simulation, it's a damn good one. Or World Cup related? Yeah, I have no control over what they're related to, unfortunately. If I had more control, I probably wouldn't be well, probably wouldn't have much option, actually. At least it's not the most offensive thing. I'd rather get World Cup ads than some other things. How did I make that farm? Bucket Brigade, yeah. I used a Bucket Brigade. Had the dwarves go place buckets from one layer up. Followed a vampire for 10 years. I really, really like I followed a vampire for 10 years, but YouTube didn't like it as much as it liked the dragon video. I've got dinosaurs on the brain. If you're on Firefox, you can pop out the stream and mute the ads. And effectively skip the ads. The dirty secret that Twitch doesn't want you to know. So they probably don't care? Yeah. I actually wonder. Isn't Firefox like 6% of the internet or something? Or like 6% of like the browser user base? For some reason, 6% is sticking in my brain. Is it 2.19%? Oh, geez. Okay, I thought it was higher. Or maybe I'm just thinking of like... Maybe I'm just thinking of Linux. not just specifically Firefox. I mean, you don't need to use a alternate player. You can literally just use the default Firefox settings and you can pop it out on the website. Which is what I do. But, oh, actually, I don't do that because I pay for Twitch. Oh, but... I mean, I use LibreWolf, so I don't even technically use Firefox. Even though I'm technically using Firefox. Like, I'm using a reflavor of Firefox. What else do I have? I got Malachite, excellent. How did I miss you? One of us, Cassie Cat thingy. There's at least two of us. Shows itself as Chrome. Oh, that's really funny. I also use Brave because, like, my Twitch chat doesn't play well with LibreWolf, which isn't great, but doesn't feel like it's been that long, but I guess so, ADJ. It's good to see you. Enjoying the new updates? I don't know when you last played, so what was the last update that you saw, ADJ? Because a lot of the updates have been, like, smaller things, but probably the diplomacy stuff is the most standout stuff recently. I realize that's, like, the last thing they added, but, like, probably the diplomacy stuff mostly. Just memory. Literally just memory. More or less, my encoding in OBS overloads due to it filling up my memory when Twitch chat is spamming. I think it's literally just blocking trackers. But I just don't bother. I now use two web browsers. I use Brave when I'm working, and I use, like, LibreWolf for everything else. And by working, I mean streaming specifically. I mean, none of that stuff's out yet. Well, I mean, the diplomacy is, but the magic isn't out yet, so I can't enjoy stuff that's not out. I can only enjoy it if it's out. But I'm excited for it. Is your dwarves don't find items if they're on other Z levels. Well, I mean, they should. So what's causing them to not be able to find the items? Can they access those items? Are they able to get to where those items are located? Are they... They probably don't. Like, if like, they're canceling jobs, then there's something blocking them. Hey, Chad, help me out here. What are some things that could block dwarves from being able to get to a different Z level? Like, a disconnected stair could do it. A burrow could do it. Bell nobles? I read that as ball nobles. Balls and noble. 3 dwarves. Hey, Kenzie McSpuds. I know you. Welcome, Lost Cudgels. Ocho. Go then. I've played a bunch of forts as part of this faction, so seeing lots of dwarves that I recognize. Almost all of these dwarves are from the previous fort, or know somebody from the previous fort. Oh, I've absolutely removed ramps before. accidentally. I used Vivaldi like maybe a decade ago. Probably longer than a decade ago, actually. I also used opera at one point in time. But I kind of stopped using both of those. Started to feel too bloated. That was 10 dwarves primarily. Also, if you see a slight flickering in OBS, I'm working on fixing that. Don't try to diagnose the problem. I know what the problem is. It's just a matter of putting together a solution for it. Okay, so marking. Okay, so I have a question. What items are you talking about, and what are you trying to haul them for? Are you talking about boulders? Are you talking about crafting materials? Are you talking about drivers is the issue? I don't want to do tech support today. I did that yesterday. And I know what I need to do. I just need to sit down and do it. It's just going to take a couple hours. Ores and boulders. Okay, do you have a big enough stockpile for your ores and boulders? Hauling is one of the lowest priority tasks, so it is the last thing that people will do. If you assign a stockpile and you have wheelbarrows, it's possible the wheelbarrow ended up in your stockpile. The wheelbarrow limits the number of hauling jobs to that stockpile, to that one wheelbarrow. So if you have a wheelbarrow, singular, in your stockpile where the rocks and boulders are supposed to go, one, the stockpile might be full. You can check by going to places and then, or is it places? Locations? Stockpiles, there you go. And it'll tell you if they're full. Generally, I find they are almost always full. That's usually the issue. But hauling is one of the lowest priority tasks, so they will do literally everything else before hauling. I don't blame them. It's boring. And if you don't have prioritized haulers or alternatively a lot of children in your fort to do the hauling for you, and on top of that, if your stockpiles are full, they're not going to move the boulders. They cancel the smelt job? Okay, why are they canceling the smelt job? What is the, like, cancellation notification you get? They can't find them? Okay, so what are you trying to smelt? Like, without looking directly at your fortress, my questions are just going to be extremely basic, so I apologize if they're kind of frustrating. Because, like, I'm more or less trying to, like, psychoanalyze to figure out what's going on here. Galena, okay. So, is the Galena accessible from the smelters? Do you have a zone enabled? Are you positive you have stair access? Could you make a stockpile right next to your smelters and put Galena in it? Do you have coal? Do you have charcoal? Do you have lava? If you don't have lava, did you accidentally make lava smelters? Have the smelters worked in the past? Do you have restricted input and output on your stockpiles? Do you have restricted input output on your smelter? Because to me, it sounds like you've connected your smelter to a specific stockpile and the items aren't in the stockpile. Because if you've told them to take from a specific stockpile, they won't just collect items from anywhere. They'll only take them if they're in the stockpile. No, you haven't done that. Have you tried saving the game and then just building a stair right next to it? Like building a new stair? Like, if the Galena's like right here, one layer up, have you tried just building a stair? Because, like, if you are... I'm actually convinced right now that you've just managed to cut off access, because either you've got it connected to a stockpile, or you've managed to cut off access somehow. That is my theory. Because if you don't have a burrow and you're not connecting it to a stockpile that you are aware of, and it's saying that they don't have access, you're either out of coal or you've got an animal or something that is aggro that's causing them to cancel the jobs. Or you just don't have access to the resource. Like, just, I would make a new stockpile that's directly next to your smelter and tell them to take it right next to your smelter. And your dwarves should be able to do it. Because, like, if it says, like, there's can't find smeltable item, then, like, they can't access to it. They literally can't access it. Like, I would certainly try making a stockpile that's closer to your smelter and just testing it, seeing what the result is. Because, like, I genuinely don't know what else you could try with the knowledge that I have here. And thank you, Origif. How would I like tell people to learn Dwarf Fortress? One thing at a time. The game is overwhelming initially, but you need to remember that the game itself is actually very easy. What's difficult is figuring out what the game is trying to tell you and how the game tells you things. So the hard part about Dwarf Fortress is realizing that there is a difference between a door made of stone and a door made of glass, or a cup and a mug and a goblet. But your dwarves will not die if you leave them with no access to food that you've made, as long as they have access to water. Your dwarves will not die for like a year before they go insane with no food and no access to alcohol. As long as they have access to water and a surface layer that won't kill them with bad things, like monsters, the game's not that bad. But I would say watch my Getting Started tutorial, which is a few years old, but still pretty much up to date. I am working on an update for it, and I should actually just mention that. Like, literally, I've done most of the recording for it. So it's not as intimidating. It's not as difficult as people say it is. I think the only thing I can really say. There's a lot of exaggerations. Wasn't it like 12 hours or so? That's not the Getting Started guide. That's the complete compilation of all the short tutorials, which is a ridiculous, silly thing. That includes the Getting Started guide, and it was 7 hours. But no, that's a compilation video. That's not relevant to the discussion. No, the Getting Started guide is like, what, 30 minutes? It's like 28 minutes or something. Yeah, there's also that, which is the classic just join a Discord server or go onto the subreddit and comment in the questions thread, whatever is like more approachable to you. Like, I think the thing that often surprises people is like the myth of Dwarf Fortress being difficult mostly stems from the fact that you had to learn what you were looking at back in the day, and you no longer have to learn what you're looking at. It's just a matter of like sitting down and understanding what the game is trying to tell you. And that is actually, I personally feel, quite approachable, especially if you've never played a game like this before. To a point where you might even have an easier time than somebody who's played games that are like this, because this game does things so differently than others. Some more dwarves I could throw into the military. Don't. A fight be extravagant, help somebody. Sees lying as an important means to an end. Do you now? Yeah, I mean, if something is confusing to you, like, search for it on the wiki. And if it's still confusing to you, then search for a YouTube video, or vice versa. Actually, I wonder. Hold on. But you don't see how they were blocked before, so did making a stockpile fix it, or did making stairs fix it? It's possible to pump to fill a sealed shaft with water to a Z level more than one above the pump is placed, yes. I don't have a pump stack in this fort yet, but I plan to. Why don't I just build a pump stack? Where's the aquifer? Why don't I just build le pump a stack? Logs. How many logs am I sitting on? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13. Say 15. 30. Wood and pipe. Wood and cork. 3. I have to hit the 0 for that to work. It's kind of terrible. Everybody hates it. Everything is awful, and the dwarves wish they weren't here. But aside from it being awful and everybody hating it and wishing they weren't here, I don't know. The moon's out. Skies are clear. We have tasty fish and tasty fish. The other thing that people have told me to build for this, which I actually need to open the wiki for. That's a first. I just went to my green screen. That's a first. I just typed in Dwarf Fortress into DuckDuckGo, Dwarf Fortress Wiki. And instead of getting a link to the Dwarf Fortress Wiki, I got Dwarf Fortress on Wikipedia. That's literally never happened before. Anyway. Funicular? What in the hell? So this is something that we're gonna try and build. Now I've tried this before and I was never able to make them work. But don't ask me how it works. The minecart sitting on the pressure plate keeps the hatch open so that other carts may pass. When the cart is off the pressure plate, the hatch closes. This causes the cart to pass over the hatch and back to its loading position. We'll see. 2 ramps next to a wall spaced 1 tile apart. Tracks on top of the 2 ramps make an inclined track. A 3x1 channel. Dugout next to the ramps on the opposite side of the wall. The rollers, the upward track pointing upwards. The south ramp, for example. A hatch over the channel next to the downside. Tracks leading from the hatch to a single wall. A wall next to the curved section of the track. And a pressure plate set to trigger the minecarts and the track underneath the minecart. And we'll let the pressure hatch set up to the unloading level. Just needs to pass the cart over a track stop to set the dump wherever, in whatever direction you want. So as I understand it, this should just make a minecart go vertically. The word here is should. I think I know how to do that. Should be fun. So why don't we use that to transport fish? Like raw fish. Also, I need to seal this. Maybe to like over here. And then I could just move the fishery industry over there. Cog Railway? Please explain. Everybody seems to call things different things. So what in the hell is a cog railway? Just gonna pop the wiki up and get over there. So I refreshed the wiki and now apparently it's in version old. Oh, this isn't a Dwarf Fortress thing. This is literally like... I don't know why I was expecting, because you said cogs, so I'm thinking like Dwarf Fortress, right? I wasn't thinking an actual railway. That looks awesome. What a fucking view. Holy shit. Like genuinely, that's a beautiful view. This is just lazy hiking. But also cool. Dog looking different than I remember, right? Glad I'm not the only one. Actually, no, I need this. Basically, I need to dig out this whole section. Okay, and then it's the wall. We'll just let them dig that out, and I'll worry about that later. I got a lot of stuff I gotta build there first. We'll also make a pump stack today, so... Oh, man. I wouldn't wish that... Actually, no, I might wish that on my worst enemy. I wouldn't wish that on anybody that I liked. You know, like... Look at how the back down portion... Oh, I get it, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Rock hatch covers 20. Seems easy enough. I also will need a bunch of ropes. I want to be able to tie multiple minecarts together, which is basically what you're saying. Hey, chat, we're in an ad break. I don't know. Could I get a round of beers? If that works. Oh, I've seen the Matterhorn Railway. Yeah. Bark, 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 bark. I'm not a huge train enthusiast, but I do like a train. Trains are cool. Speaking of trains are cool, I ended up in a discussion with somebody I know over the weekend where we were talking about fire trucks and like what fire trucks my local department uses, like who makes them, like what make of fire truck. And so I looked up the local fire department, and that was how I learned that there is an extraordinarily extensive fandom wiki categorizing or cataloging every single fire department in North America and their truck fleet. Like, holy shit. To which I have to say, wow, it really sucks to be the guy in the Victoria Fire Department who drives the Ford Fiesta, because that was listed in their fleet. So, shoutouts to the dude who drives the Ford Fiesta. I want to know why my local fire department has a Ford Fiesta. I also want to know why it's listed as part of their fleet. That works. Metabutta. Some tiny fire-breathing demon just wiped out your 100 dwarves. Rip. Sounds like you needed some mark dwarves. You needed some ranged attacks there. You let someone use a car for their car for work, and it's immortalized on fandom. I don't know. Maybe it's like I was theorizing that maybe it's like the school outreach vehicle. Like that's the one that they drive to the elementary school meetups. So I'm not sure if you answered my question. I don't answer questions from people who aren't subbed during ad breaks. So they will run infinitely until the water runs out. So if there's no more water flowing, then they'll stop. But because that's a river, they'll run infinitely. I have a huge banner at the top of chat when there's an ad break running, so I just kind of assume that anybody who doesn't have a sub badge can't hear me. So I try to like resume the conversation afterwards. It's almost as much of an annoyance for me as somebody who's very conversational with chat as it is for you guys. So just for whatever that's worth. True, yeah, no, you're probably right, actually. Like, it's just the company share car or whatever. It's just really funny when you're looking at a list of fire trucks and then Ford Fiesta. It's like a bunch of Chevy fire trucks followed by Ford Fiesta. I try my damnedest, Kilroy. I haven't seen you in a minute. Although I also haven't seen, Why am I blanking on the name of dude who streamed a whole bunch of Skyrim for a while? Having a bad name day. Limestone, donkey leather, water buffalo leather. Nice. Who doesn't want a Ford party? I like a Fiesta. I don't know if I like a Ford. Among one of the most surprising rally cars, it's actually just the car that they drive for their rally team. It's like the beer league, but for rally. Anyway, we got an artifact being built by UDIB. Great Badinsky, that's his name. I blank on that. Taking a break from streaming. Now you've been roaming around. Gotcha. Hopefully he'll come back. I assume he's just busy with real life shit. As per usual. Here comes a little manual minecart. Life ebbs and flows. Yeah. One of these days I'll get that mana check mark. Yeah, this is actually pretty straightforward. It is a monstrosity, though. That I will agree with. I'm assuming it's just going to go fast enough to punch itself through the floor. Like, I have a feeling that's what it's going to do. You're trying to make the most of it? I don't know how morbid that is. I'd say it's more realist. But being a realist can be a bit morbid. Bull might have something? Oh, I need to remake that command. I may have actually deleted it. All right, Donna Rooney. Hey, Dulkin. From the old Tales from the Old Guard. I appreciate it. Glad that you get something positive out of the videos. That needs a wall. IDK what this is gonna do, but we'll find out. We will find out. I think going back down is going to be a little bit more complicated. Because I'm going to need to give it a direct route down. But let's see if we can make the up work, and then I'll worry about the down, you know? Because up needs to happen before it can go down, so we'll worry about up first. Then once we're all done crying because Up is a very sad movie, then we can worry about the down. Easy peasy. Our bedroom's getting builty. What is this gray-haired evil spirit building? I'm attempting to build a minecart elevator. This is something I've heard tales of for a very long time. Tried to build once in a much older version of the game and gave up. It's too complicated. I couldn't figure it out. And so I'm trying again. That's what a minecart elevator is. Udib the miner has created Tolga Luvgush, a limestone door, and offers it to the new dirt. Well, that's going... Okay, so first off, we have an artifact floor hatch. And now we have an artifact door. I'm starting to sense that I think the people of this fortress might not want to go outside. That's kind of awesome. That's kind of awesome. I have to respect it. Yeah, they're a bit ambiguous, and they just kind of give you a base look, but we'll have to do a little bit of trial and error here, probably. Hopefully you guys are here for the trial and error. What do you think? You guys down for a day of minecart fuckery? Because if so, grab onto something that'll support your weight. No entry for outsiders? Well, let's not be hasty. Not recommended entry. Because I wouldn't recommend entering this place at all. It's kind of a not friendly place, to be honest. Come on. Get rid of the rest of those, please. There we go. I want to go up to there. And then over to there. And then you go down to there. That'll be fine, right? I hope. I hope. I can only hope. Then down here, we'll place a mechanism. Over here, I'll place a mechanism. And last and probably not least, I'll place another mechanism. I don't think I have enough mechanisms. Gonna keep using malachite because it's pretty. Time to make some popcorn. Time to watch streamer get frustrated. Or hopefully not. Time to watch streamer go, I think this will work, and then it didn't work. And I'll be like, guys, it didn't work. Two ramps next to a wall, spaced one tile apart. Tracks on top of the ramps make an inclined track. A 3x1 channel dug next to the ramps. Two gear assemblies, one between the ramps, over the middle of the rollers. Rollers on the upward track pointing upwards. South ramp in this example, and a hatch over the channel. Okay, so let's just try and build the up. I will do 2 levels, and we'll see if it works. And if it works, then we'll continue. This will be our test. Oh, I'm also going to need more ropes. Cloth! Oh, sweet. I got tons of pigtail. Cloth rope. That's what I need. I'm stupid. Overly specific early. 40. Please and thank you. I think I have a clothes shop. Do I have a clothes shop? That's just a question. I don't think I have a clothes shop. Nope. Now I do. Excellent. So I'm going to go over here and fix this. And fix that. Why did you get suspended? Come on. Fix the thing. Okay, you're done. What are you making? I'm trying to make an elevator. And I should probably make this elevator out of a material that isn't going to immediately eviscerate a dwarf if it hits it. Make it out of nether cap, because nether cap is cool. Medical dwarf named Lord Nubs. Yeah, Chief Medical Dwarf. How about Dr. Nubs? Because I don't think they're a lord. That would be stolen valor. But if you insist. Or I could be like Lord Dr. Nubs. Unless you just want Dr. Nubs. Dr. Nubs is very quick to anger and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Cracks easily under pressure, and she generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She lacks confidence in her abilities when undertaking She lacks confidence in her abilities and tends to avoid physical confrontations. She works as Square's natural I don't know why I'm saying that. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas. Okay, hold on. Let me start this over. I'm just rereading the same text constantly. She is very quick to anger, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions and lacks confidence in her abilities and tends to avoid physical confrontations. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and isn't given to flights of fancy. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and that's why she moved to the place where it rains knives, so they need to really want to be here to move here. And she likes a little excitement now and then. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She leaves half of the lungs out when she's doing surgery, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he's dead, Jim. She has a greedy streak, she keeps extra brain bits, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, but has a calm demeanor, and is distracted from conversations easily when she's trying to remember something. So she forgets what she's doing and then loses. But I would not want this dwarf running surgery, I'll put it that way. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at shit weather like the raining knives. She personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, mostly her patience, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. She doesn't care about friendship, doesn't really value skills related to fighting, doesn't really see the point of working hard, and dreams of raising la families. Yeah, but Featherwood isn't in every map, right, Tungdill? The rain is the excitement. Yeah, well, she likes marcasite, rose gold, fire opal, albatross leather, and scepters, and ballista arrows, and when possible, prefers to consume ice wolf. It's very chill. And tomato wine. Oh, sorry, no, tomatillo wine, not tomato. And absolutely hates mosquitoes. She worships Nar and has some close friends. Speaking of friends, hello, Dustin Dude in YouTube chat. Enjoy your burb. Passed it. You ended up getting pretty crispy in the sun. Nothing wrong with that. I went to a show that was pretty good. And then was very productive, but also not at all productive. Sound commands should work again. So, that's the thumbs up news. But a lot of it, I'll be honest, was just me staring at the stats from the dragon video, because when a video does really well, it's really hard to not just stare at it. And so I did a lot of staring at YouTube. Not the most productive or best use of my time, but I did. So. I'm going to need to turn off the swimming pool. I'm gonna go over to here and forbid this minecart so nobody drowns in it while I'm working on it. Somebody will drown in it if I don't turn that off, because this is gonna get deconstructed. And I don't think it'll let me do it this way, but we'll see. So the way the sound commands work is if you subscribe at tier 2 on Twitch or at the recommended tier on my blog, you gain access to the sound commands, and it's a selection of commands that you can use permanently once subscribing at that tier once. Historically, it was always you had to remain subscribed, but I've decided to just get rid of that as a requirement. So that's all it is. No, just Murder Rain. Which I'm actually quite happy about. I really like the evil weather, and I find resurrecting biomes to become kind of cumbersome pretty quickly. So I'm quite happy that it's just a evil weather map. Let's go down to here. And you go here. Oops, I did not do that correctly. Can I go up a level with these? Actually, I'm not sure. You can't. Okay, so I need to do 2. That's what I thought. You go to here. You do 1. And then here we're gonna call this elevator nonsense. Elevator test 1. You go right there. Probably gonna rebuild this. It's got 24 power that it's using. That's plenty of power. Extra. So I need this to be done. Don't know if this is gonna work. Like, genuinely, no idea. We're gonna find out. But I do need these to be done. I'm just going to forbid those 2 rocks in case some sort of nightmare happens. What does the choose a duck thing do? At the beginning of the stream, I play records for the first hour, which the people on YouTube never see. But I put a singular rubber duck on the record. And I have a selection of them. Gadranos, thanks for the 31st month. Welcome back. Did you never use the last one? Or is your web browser silly and forgetful and forgot that you did the last one? That would be why. Okay, so let's see if this prototype works. The way this is supposed to work is it gets pushed this way, and it should end up here. So it's just being silly. Happens to the best of us. Although I may actually have this set wrong. It might not go off the edge. We'll see. Not sure. It might just be like, oop, nope. Can't do. Nope. Okay, so I need to kick it. I could also tell the dwarf to ride it, but that is unnecessarily dangerous. Well, it certainly goes fast. Diagonally adjacent to the upwards. I feel like this is where I got stuck the last time I tried to do this. I think... Does it want me to put the next one right here? diagonally adjacent to the... Here, let's run through this. If a stone delivery system multiple Z levels with a common set of tracks while automatically returning the minecart, go as an example. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. I wish it had another shot of the level above this. South track goes upwards towards the drop-off point. The north track goes downwards to recruit. Design pictured consists of the following. 2 ramps next to a wall, 1 tile apart. Tracks on top of the ramps to make an inclined track. A 3x1 channel dug down next to the ramps on the opposite side of the wall. 2 gear assemblies between the ramps. Rollers on the upward track pointing towards the wall. South ramp in this example. A hatch over top of the channel next to your downwards ramp. A wall diagonally adjacent to the upwards channel. Tracks leading from the hatch. The single wall. So there are very few practical uses for them. Just Zach. Does it just want them going in a circle? I think it just wants them going in a circle. Because that I could do. It's super easy. I was always under the impression that the idea here is to get them going fast enough that they clip through the floor, but if that's not the case... As far as practical uses for minecarts go, they tend to just create more jobs. They were a much more useful thing in earlier days of Dwarf Fortress history, but the reality is, after you... Maybe it literally just, it's as simple as it just wants them to go, like, here, up. Here, up, here, and then just go around really quickly, which is super easy to do. And then just have an overlapping way for it to drop back down there. I could just do it that way. Also, I'm in an ad break, so I will just do a little bit of constructing while I'm waiting. Don't need to get rid of that. You need to get rid of... No, don't need to get rid of that. You need to wall that off, though. Do need to get rid of that. Go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki and look up minecarts, and then Control F for elevator. Just getting a refill. Enjoy your refill. Hope you're having a good day, Pagan. Well, I'm going to use this I'm just trying to replicate this diagram. I thought that it was going to do something different than I think it's actually going to do, but that's on me. Not really on the game. Excuse me. But it is still a clever setup. Although I think my setup will be slightly different. Turn. Ramp. Oops. Turn. And deconstruct. Adam Place, in regards to the records on stream, the only records you'll see from my collection are from video game soundtracks, so they're not the most glamorous, but because otherwise I'll just get nuked out of orbit by Warner Music. Although every now and again I reach out to actual bands and be like, hey, can I listen to your music on stream? Then I get whitelist permissions, but it's not super common. I am not entirely positive what that is, so I will just say yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm building. Metawar. Precisely what we're building. 100%. Also, thank you to everybody who's watching on the YouTube side of things. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you are watching. And if you're just here on Twitch, I just want to say thank you for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for, helping keep the channel funded by watching. Wouldn't be here without you. It would help if I unpause the game. This is a mess. Make it less of a mess. So you right here, go down. You right there, go there. You right there, go ramp. You up here, go there. You up here, go there. You over here, go there. And you right there, go there. Also, chat, YouTube chat, Dustin Dude says, espresso machine was one of the best investments I've made. The missus only gets coffee out once a month. I have a question. Are you trying to stop the missus from getting coffee out, or are you complaining she doesn't get coffee out enough? But also, what espresso machine did you get? And now I want to know. Chat, what's your preferred coffee ingestion method? IV drip. Sure. You know, touch the stuff. Fair. I'm a big fan of my pour over setup that I have. A little bit sad that that my beautiful setup here is just going to be all ruined by the fact that I'm about to like fill it up with tracks, which are going to make it look all bumpy and hollow. Black and hot. There's a joke in there somewhere. I can't quite put my finger on it though. I'll figure it out one of these days. Don't blame you. Why would I not blame you for choosing to drink instant cappuccino? Although I will say instant coffee has gotten a lot better as of late. It's not as terrible as it used to be. Like, your grandma's instant coffee is not as offensive to me as it once was. The industry has realized that some people just don't have time to make coffee. So that is my now bit of a monstrous chunk of nonsense. I'm gonna go right here. Wait for them to finish that. Doesn't want to go directly up, but okay. It's basically sugar, but you need the caffeine, so we'll also drink black plus sugar, right? I can't stand sugar in my coffee. Sometimes if it's coffee I don't like, I will put like cream or creamer or some sort of like alternative into my coffee, but I pretty vehemently refuse to put sugar in it these days. Years ago I used to, but I stopped. It just, I don't know, doesn't agree with me anymore. Just doesn't agree. Just don't enjoy it. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm gonna go here. Actually, why don't I just, instead of doing it the way I was thinking about doing it, I just do the side with the track on it. The thing that I need first is I need the gear assemblies. Which I don't actually have enough. Why did I? Do I not? I don't. Well, that's awkward. I don't have a mechanism shop. Don't have a mechanic. So I haven't been making mechanisms this whole time. That's disappointing. I'm disappointed in me. I can do better. Shall make a mechanic shop. What kind of tea? Those? Do I have a metalsmith? That is the question. I do not have a metalsmith. So you can blame my previous fort. My previous fort, literally every dwarf was a miner. And so the result is I have a miners guild and everybody's in the miners guild in this fort. I don't have a metalsmith in this fortress that I can justifiably call a metalsmith. Also, everybody with any sort of metalsmithing job is literally already named. So I am incapable of satisfying that wish, Virtue. Also... Oh, wait, hold on. You literally wanted me to name the forge. Okay, sure, I can do that. Sorry, I made it to metalsmith. And my brain shut off. I was like, crap. Okay, all good. Anyway, you've now named the metalsmith's forge Skyforge. This is powered. I can enable you. Swimming lessons back in action. Let's go down into here and just do stone. And I'm just going to do this the easy way. Which is I'm just going to let the old minecart fall straight down. Except I should actually not let it fall all the way down. But only let it fall down to there, because otherwise that'll be kind of dangerous. Then run it to right there. That can be the end of the route. Except you need to get deconstructed right there. I might actually need to deconstruct this and reconstruct that and connect these two. I don't think this will work, but let's try it. Cool. It wakes. Just need someone to go grab this. Should probably connect it to a lever, actually. And it here has been smashed into by a minecart. It was only a matter of time. Question is, can you breathe? You can breathe, so that's good. Hopefully your 3 children won't be motherless. Az is going to come and recover the wounded. It's made out of nether cap. It's from the lower cavern layers. It's also lava safe, funnily enough. Did I ever make one of these? I did not. Good news is, it works. What? Oh, they don't have access. I see the problem. That's weird. Because they should be able to access that. Oh. Also, you can stop. And all the way up here at the top, you can get channeled down. I'm also going to get rid of this. And I'm also going to actually get rid of this route because I don't need it for right now. Because I need to swap that out for a mechanism. Six Flags roller coaster is now complete, broken bodies and all. Certainly. I mean, I'm not going to be putting dwarves into this. I mean, I could, but... Minecart's trigger. Yep. Stone. And I should put a ramp right there. There's nothing to catch in the rivers. Seeing any fishing? Where are you fishing? A little ways away, I guess. The other thing I could do is some really, really silly constructions with this. Get these dumped out so nobody comes and grabs them later. What I could do is I could let water in this and use this to transport water. Which would be extremely fucking silly. What's up, Emily? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do rollers. That's perplexing. In the burrow. Do I not have ropes? I do have ropes, I think. Yeah, plenty. Like, this one should work, right? Yeah, it'd work. Also should go place those traction benches, but because you're probably waiting for traction. Overlapping fracture needs traction, needs immobilization. Yep, we can get all that. Hey-o, Ranger Rick. As a reminder to everybody, if you're subscribed at higher tiers, sound commands should work again. And if they don't, yell at me and then I'll fix them for you. But I think I have them all set up. They are set like that by default, but I will move them to red once it's done and up and running. Ungdil. You're new to Dwarf Fort, haven't gotten into it simply because you just don't care for dwarves very much. I mean, I'm not super into dwarves specifically, I just like the game. Does the playable animal person mod have any major issues relevant to new players? The game will be easier or way harder, depending on which creature you play. If you play as someone like creatures that are really small, the game will be significantly easier. If you play as creatures that are very large, or sorry, if you play as people that are very small, the game will be significantly harder. If you play as characters that are very large, the game will be significantly easier. So if you're playing like elephant people, it'll be super easy because elephants are like 10x the size of most critters. But if you're playing as like hamster people, you will get steamrolled. And things will take forever. So that's like the only real impact. That and like dwarves require alcohol. Animal people don't necessarily require alcohol, which makes the management of the game less interesting. Is there a beer sound command? No. Beer just posts beer. Unless you consider cheese a beer sound command. What's cheese without beer? Cheese? I think it's just cheese. And Smoking Top Hat. Hello. It's good to see you, man. Sad time at the tavern. That's what? Yeah, fair. Okay, so still perplexed as to why that this is inaccessible, but whatever, game. I'll humor you. Because I feel like they should be able to walk that way, but if they're not, then okay, fine, I guess. You're in the process of sealing off an entire cavern lair? Okay. Cool. That's always fun. You see, they can't access it. Maybe it's because they don't have somewhere to stand while constructing it. Odd. No mechanisms. Make malachite mechanisms. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Now I'm hungry, Mr. Spo. All I heard was razor blades, and the rest were just more razor blades. Chandelier. Like, the worst kind of, I'll make a better, like, it's like most people, I'll make a better fortress with hookers and blackjack, and then YouTube chat's just like, make a better fortress with pebbles and Reddit comments and razor blades. It's kind of how I see that. Make another mechanic shop so that we can get this done at a more reasonable pace. What am I building here? An elevator? Also, speaking of dough, I'm gonna let you guys watch my nightmare contraption. And I'm gonna go fold my dough. 2 seconds, chat. right, streamer hath returned. What do you think of my Fortress swimming lessons machine? How's our swimming skills doing? Hey, everybody's at least a dabbling swimmer. You make bread on a frying pan? I mean, that's just a flatbread. Lots of kinds of breads are made using a frying pan. Okay, so. The idea here is that while this is pressed, this up here will be open. And one here can be waiting and unloading. And then this, when it's full, will get kicked. Actually noticing an issue here. And go all the way up here. And it'll land on an additional switch, which will open this. And while it's sitting on this one, this switch will be open, and the minecart that was here will go wee over the edge. That's my idea. It might work, it might not. So we'll find out. Yeah. This is the most over-engineered fish transportation system of all time. Especially considering you don't need all this to transport fish. But we'll see how this goes. What am I doing? Also, whenever people are like finding practical uses for minecarts, practical use and minecart, it should not be said in the same sentence. Minecarts are not practical. They're fun. There's a difference. No, certainly you can do pan bread, but there's a very big difference between pan bread and oven bread in the texture, the taste, the result. Like, the end result is very different. That isn't to say it's worse. It's just different. It's an inherently different thing. Is all I'm trying to say. Why you gotta be so mean to the waiter like that? That linked to the fish and chip shop below, and it was definitely a quirky fish transportation system. That, I don't know. Dumb waiters seem like bad technology. I mean, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think dumb waiters are bad. That's all. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Let's see if this works. I mean, the hot food make cold device. Because, like, I feel like when you have food, you want it to remain hot, right? And I feel like a dumbwaiter is just a massive period of time for it to get unhot and thus not be as good. Fun is fun, but yes, it's not necessarily optimal. Also need a second minecart. The bedrooms will expand when the minecarts are complete, okay? Okay, so you literally go right here. When empty of desired items, you're gonna go that way. Every 5 days. And it's gonna go all the way up. And then it's gonna dump fish out that way. Into, or maybe actually north probably is wiser. Gonna dump the fish into a stockpile right there. And then it'll dump it out right there because I'll make a track stop that has no brakes on it that just dumps. And it'll land there. The problem is then another dwarf. I mean, I could just remove this. I don't need to be too smart with this. I think I'm being too smart with this, chat. Yeah, fuck it. Let's not be too smart with this. So all this is powered. Powered all the way up. Let's throw in limestone so it looks nice. I'm just seeing like dwarves fly by up there. Whee! That should be fine. The ironic thing is literally just walking. Probably be faster. And more efficient. And more straightforward. But, how are the swimmers doing? I'm just going to select a random dwarf and check their other skills. Novice swimmers, see? You don't have any swimming skills yet. Somebody hasn't jumped in the pool yet. Novice swimmers. See, I have 2 novice swimmers in this area. So these dwarves are all developing a sense of swimming skill. Which I think is pretty stupid, but also very funny. What's up with the swimming thing? Oh, I'm teaching the dwarves how to swim. It's this minecart right here. The dwarves, they grab the minecart and they just put it over here. And then a dwarf then claims the minecart as a job, which is ride in the minecart. And when they claim the minecart, they then jump into the water, which drowns them. And the minecart is on these rollers, which powers it so it doesn't stay underwater for very long. And they go, wee, and they gain swimming skill while they're drowning. And sometimes they do it multiple times. Not that one, though. He needed a nap. So, you know, I made a video about how to do that ages ago. I just haven't done it in a long time. This right here is going to be a unprepared fish stockpile. And it's going to be a don't take from anywhere. It's going to be a give stockpile to this stockpile, and you will take unprepared fish. Now, this is an unprepared fish stockpile, which, surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly, is much closer than the other ones. I'm going to remove barrels. It doesn't hog up my barrels. I'm going to remove barrels. So no, because nobody is above novice swimming. So if you would like to name a dwarf Phelps, sure, but I'm not gonna go through and figure out who has the highest skill or anything. If you want to just name a dwarf Phelps, then I can absolutely do that. Like a male dwarf Phelps. But I can't guarantee that they will be a swimmer, per se. Because some of the dwarves have swimming skills, some of them don't. Depends on whether or not they've claimed this job. Once had an insane necromancer fall into a hole, and it was full of water right before another dwarf capped it with a grate. The necromancer was stuck in the hole for years and was genuinely upset about everything and the fact that he became an amazing swimmer. That's funny. I accidentally left a, I could name this dwarf Phelps, if that would work for you. Yeah, coded. I can't really flood the fortress because they would need air pockets. They still need oxygen, no matter how good they are at swimming. All the jobs are taken currently. So, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? I try to, have kind of a rule, which is for naming dwarves, don't be too picky, because otherwise it just turns into this same kind of back and forth. It's like, would you like a male dwarf, a female dwarf, or like a general idea of job, although everybody in this fort's a minor, so. So, would you like a beard or would you like a not beard, and do you want to name them Phelp? Okay, we'll just give you this one then, because they are doing that job. Also, Phelps is married to Dord Farquaad. So when he screams for help, does he have a lisp? And he goes, "Help me!" Anyway, he becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept, generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and tends to avoid crowds. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. He often feels discouraged and has an active sense of humor. Occasionally he can overindulge. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. He personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Deeply dislikes competition, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and finds romance distasteful. He likes cryolite, iron, clear diamond, walrus, ivory, and amber, as well as traction benches, bolt thrower parts, and I'm never making this dwarf into a noble. Holy shit. Traction benches and bolt thrower parts? And geese for their formation. Flying, if impossible, prefers to consume giant, two-humped, camel, cheese, and dwarven beer, and absolutely hates oysters. He's married to Dord Farquaad, and his mother is Necrontyr and Bane. His father's Bane. His mother's Necrontyr. Necrontyr is a dwarf from a fort that I had ages ago. I think that was the Guild of Silver, right? Or was it the Arch of Shimmering? No, it was Coast Guard, the North Guild. Yeah. Yes, Fortress Squidward. So this dwarf previously was in a fort called Squidward and is 59 years old. But yeah. How do you name your forts? When you're preparing carefully, you can specifically name your forts. Otherwise, it just gives you a random name that the game thinks is fitting, which may or may not be fitting. And this will be called Fish Transport. I'll just say whenever right now, because it's not actually set to load anything just yet. But I just want to make sure this thingy works. I'm assuming Dwarf Farquaad is doing the right one, but nope, wrong one. It's Joe Bart who's doing the right one. There we go. Who's ready for an adventure? What do you think, chat? Is it going to make it all the way up? It drops down, goes up, 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 continues going up. Hey, it didn't even derail. That's kind of surprising. And then it falls. Whee! No. I was kind of hopeful that would go the correct way, but... Or, like, keep moving, but... Then a dwarf just comes and gets it and pops it down to where it's supposed to be, and now let's see it running at full speed. And Cage Zombie Dragon Lady kind of ran out of ideas. What can I do with this mess? If you watch my one tile fortress video, that'll probably give you some ideas. Also, Caged Zombie Dragon Lady? Did you install a Khaleesi mod? That seems kind of wild. You've never seen a necromancer? Necromancers are either extremely rare or extremely common, and it highly depends on the world that you happened to generate. I'm just going to do this, and I'm going to unassign that minecart so that it doesn't get pushed. Oh, well, thought I unassigned that minecart, but... Oh, I see. I have to assign none instead of re-clicking the minecart that I already built. And then you... Just going to put a high brake track stop right there. Which is going to go to there, and then you're going to go up to here, and then that track stop should just stop the whole thing. Should. The word there is should. So hyped for the new update. I think a lot of people are. I know I am. Although I think my definition of hype is maybe a little different than other people, because I get hyped for things for different reasons, but... I'm certainly excited to play with it and mess around with it. Like, that in and of itself is very exciting. It is windy. Hey, holy shit. Well, it does mean I got a nice breeze coming through. Pleasant. Was I building with the wrong materials? Shit. Super duper was. Yeah, I saw the little interview with Neo Rice is good. It's nice to see them chatting with their artists more. I love to see it. Because, like, Dwarf Fortress is a team of people. I think that people need to remember that, like, I'm pretty sure that Neo Rice is good. Most likely, put more time into this current update than Tarn did. That isn't to say Tarn put no work or time, but it's a very different kind of work, you know? As in, like, Tarn working on the programming. Neo Rice is good working on the art, because it's just a lot of art. And actually adding creatures to Dwarf Fortress is pretty quick, considering how quickly modders can do it. I want to go to war with dinosaurs. That's my big thing that I want to do. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I can just get rid of that. It's fine. Didn't end up working the way I thought it would. But that's fine. I can connect them. I mean, it's art versus programming, right? Okay, so you, right here, are going to load unprepared fish. You are going to go away. And this right here is going to be moved. First, I should go down here and get rid of these pieces that I screwed up with, which is a lot of them. Clever girl is okay. Actually, hold up. Now I need to know. Clever is not a word. They should add the word clever to Dwarf Fortress as part of this patch. Otherwise, literally unplayable. You know, honestly, that's a very probably small update I would love to see to Dwarf Fortress is just a billion new words. Like, just give us a pile of words in the Dwarven language. Please and thank you. It's my biggest hope. My biggest dream. My biggest, maybe not my biggest, one of my biggest. Clover girl? I mean, that's just a lucky charm, right? I don't even need new names. I kind of like the repeat names, but I don't know. That's just because I'm, like, so used to it. I wouldn't say no, but I like Eurist being a very long. Although I've said this before, I'm more excited for, like, saber-toothed tigers and shit. And, like, mammoths than I am for the dinosaurs themselves, but like the stuff from Ice Age, the movie. Naming stuff is kind of hard. Yeah. There should not be that many repeats. Dwarves are not very creative like that, okay? You're putting your human logic on dwarven beard. You know? They have different priorities. It's like, I personally, like every now and again I'll see people say that dwarves' last names should be family locked, so families should all have the same last names. And I agree with that to a point. I agree with that to the point where it's like, yeah, maybe for humans. But I don't think that dwarves should. Because I like that their last names are weird, hard to keep track of bizarro world things, because they kind of suit the universe and also dwarves, but make total sense that like humans shouldn't also do that. Hey, man, like, how many, like, King Davids were there? How many King Henrys were there? At least 8. I don't think humans are particularly creative with their naming either. But it is ridiculous that dwarves don't have a word for dwarf in Dwarf Fortress. That part does irk me a lot. All right, let's get some additional fishers into here. Dwarves do not have a word for dwarf, no. Never have. We're either Jonas or Heinrich. Heinrich! Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna go over here and just make a big stockpile. I'll sort this later. He says I won't sort this later. I hope I will sort this later. I probably won't actually sort that later. A lot of stuff's gonna go into that stock. Although, actually, let's just not stop it from eating all of my bins. Only request. Beds, mugs, pipes, yep. Doors, hatch covers. Okay. So you could be under that, and that could be smoothed. Continue up here. Just get the rest of this sealed off. Problem with fully sealing this off is if a dwarf is dumb and does actually end up inside of this, they're just fucking dead. Like, no two ways about it. They're just dead. Siltstone, I'm still using the wrong material for half the things. Gazoom, thanks for the tier 2. Heads up, sound command should work again. Just a heads up. You should be able to use the sound commands. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 30 months. Welcome back. Okay, that should get work done now. Completed successfully. You can get completed successfully. That's probably already getting done. Go. You're getting done. I just want this to not be accessible except for the top, basically. And then all of this only go into it if you abso-friggin' need to. Done. All right. Let's test this son of a bitch out. See how this goes. So oh, I see what you're doing. So I shouldn't actually put unprepared fish in this. What I need to do instead is put unprepared fish in this and set it to take from this. Take items from there. You will give items to you. Cool. And then up here, I will place a fishing or a fish preparing thing that'll only take from this. That should complete the cycle. Should. Many times, and only because chat bugs me until I say fine. It's hard to have played Dwarf Fortress and have not done that. I think the most impressive one I ever did was right before the Siege update. Colorbeard, I think? Name of it? I want to say it was called Colorbeard. That could maybe correct me, but I think it was Colorbeard. It also had a lot of malachite in it, but it was a very large arena thing where I trapped a bunch of intelligent undead and then locked the dwarves in there. Yeah, that one had a really big arena thing in it. Okay. So. Yeah, they should just fill this stockpile up. And now that I'm in the ad break, I will just wait until the ads are done. Have better miners and better pick quality. That's literally it, Mappy. A legendary miner with an adamantine pick takes about 30 to 40 seconds to mine a adamantine tile. That is the game that we were playing, Foshleo. Yes. But Armok isn't a word, so how can they call themselves children of Armok if the word Armok doesn't exist? Square wheel. Also, Oblivion Cubed has pointed out that there are multiple deserts and lakes named Desert, Desert, and Lake, Lake when you translate their names. Yep, makes sense. Very people. Okay, so speaking of very people, we're gonna test this. While they fill this up. Because when they catch a fish, they should just drop it into here. And that should just be it. The thing is, they take so long to set up. The answer is usually no. But once they're set up, they're not bad at transport. They're actually pretty good at their intended purpose. The thing is, most people just don't want to put in the time to set them up. To the point where they're, like, useful. Like, is this all worth it? Probably not. Is it going to cause me headache in the future? Most likely. Am I doing it? Yeah. Why? For fun. Okay, so now that I've done that, we go here, unprepared fish. It's going to take items from here, and it's only going to go when 50% full of standard items, and it's just going to go off every 5 days. Push off west in 5 days when at most... Always at most 100%. And I will add another one, which is push off immediately if it hits 100%. This is a really bad idea for the minute. I will just forbid you right now, I think. Let them clean up all that, remove the blood from the construction site so it's not super noticeable and nobody suspects anything suspicious. What are you doing? So you should be able to leave. Let all the raw fish go here. The baby is being carried by the mother, who's also on the minecart track. Dwarves don't have OSHA, Panerg, so it's not a concern for us whatsoever. Now, the only way that I could see this being more efficient is if this fortress had a ton of children in it, and then I just set all the children to do the hauling, because it would keep the kids busy. But otherwise, like, no, this is not more efficient than just hauling. What blood on the tracks? There's no blood on the tracks. Queuing green tea? It's ridiculous. Don't suggest such things. We cleaned the blood. So now we find out if it works. Now I know it's going to go real quick, so... Which I assume it will. So now it goes up, 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 boop. And then it dumps all the fish out. And then it goes, wee, thunk. And then a dwarf comes and places it at the start, and then it starts over. I could actually just make it load here and then get pushed to there and kicked, but it's fine. Or I could literally just do this, That should probably work. But they don't need to pick it up one more time and move it. But we'll test it. And then all of the fish comes and gets picked up. Moved over to here. And then they just do all of the farming. Or not farming, but making of fish. Also, there's a baby alpaca, apparently. Because we have a migrant wave coming in. But let's see if this addition to this works. I would honestly say Tanner G, who says, Dwarven OSHA code is, does it look cool? Yes, all good then. No. Has it killed anybody recently, and is it a problem if it kills people? No? Okay, good. It's and or, is it a problem if it kills people? It's like, if it's not a problem, then it's fine. So what do you guys think of my nonsense distributor? The other thing I could do is I could upgrade this so that when it gets up to here, or even here maybe, it would just go straight and then beneath this and then dumps it like over here somewhere and then comes back. But honestly, at this point, they can just go over there and grab them and move them, and perfectly suitable at this point. If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have. I did lose some data, so if you had a whole bunch, you may have lost some. I'm sorry. I feel like blood curdles, which is kind of not a good source of lubrication, but what do I really know? Also, gotta love the kids playing make-believe. By the way, true story about minecarts. Minecarts are dangerous if they collide with you, yes. However, if they're not going fast, they're not that dangerous. And it shouldn't be going particularly fast, because I set this to go pretty slow. So, if a dwarf is standing on the ramp going up, then yeah, that'd be dangerous. Otherwise, like that. See? Kiddo got out of the way. Also, let's make sure that the dwarves are inside and go make bedrooms. Because I require bedrooms. Quite a few dwarfs. Also going to get the military training again. May actually have new equipment. Yep. And I should really go and find some more dwarves that would like being in the military.
Over here, he has a sword!
Does he? Oh no. Call the sword police. I'm so excited that there's a remake, or I guess remaster, not remake, of Thief coming out. I know that it's gonna probably not satisfy everybody, and some people will hate it, but I'm just excited for there to be a version of Thief that doesn't require you rebinding tank controls for an hour in order to play functionally on a modern computer. I'm just so excited for that. That's really all I'm looking for. I can guarantee you, pretty matter-of-factly, that will probably never happen. In regards to Dwarf Fortress not running on mobile, like I'm pretty friggin' certain that'll never happen. I mean, I understand why people would want it, but like, you will never see Dwarf Fortress on mobile. It would be so much code rewriting for that. It's just not going to happen. I would say it's less the inadequate CPU horsepower these days, because phones do have quite considerable little CPUs in them for what they are. I think the issue would act, like, honestly, the issue in my brain, based on my assumptions, would be the different architecture of the CPUs, not the actual horsepower. I mean, you can already play Dwarf Fortress via Steam Remote. Like, just download like the Steam Stream app and you can absolutely play Dwarf Fortress remotely. People already do. But that's not what they're asking for. They're asking for a new, like, interface. It is. I've done it. Henrik. There's every, like, other year some modder who's nuts gets it into their brain that Dwarf Fortress would be really cool if you made it multiplayer, and it never ran well on any iteration or version or attempt, never played well, and is largely just a waste of time. So, I would say that it is just not worth even looking at. Yeah, no, CDDA is a bit of a different game. 802 Nick. Also, Steam already is in the mobile market. Alex? Although I don't think you could ever actually buy games through the Steam mobile app. A little silly, but... Based on what Putnam has said, it would be. Lord Quan. But go ask Putnam about that, and then get back to me. Just chat and friends list? No, you can browse the store. I think you can buy games through the Steam store. At least on my phone I can. I've done it. You can also remote install if the account that you're signed into is signed into a computer that's on, so you can tell a game to download. You can initialize updates remotely. It also provides Steam Guard, which is like their two-factor stuff. You can also manage your Steam wallet, and what's the name of the other thing? The trading card stuff you can manage. I've never once used voice on anything related to Steam. To the point where like I forget that it even has that functionality. All I can really do, because I'm not technical, is just give a blanket statement as to what I've been told as to why stuff like that wouldn't happen, or what I've heard, or what I've read. And to my understanding, like, it is an architecture issue. Like, it's the same reason that Dwarf Fortress isn't on Mac right now, is because, like, they would have to rewrite a large chunk of the game, and it would take forever and be very expensive to maintain. And phones are the same argument, as far as I know. And I don't think that that's changed. Historically, it was always, like, CPU power issues, but... Not as excited as you are. Ilf. I'm more excited about the and more. Like, to me, dinos are like, we're getting more animals. Yay, that's cool. But that's not the part of the update that I'm interested in or excited about. I'm excited about the and more. Like, if there's one, like, world gen feature, which there currently is that's been announced, there's likely other things that they haven't said yet. And if there is other things related to world gen, that I'm very excited about. I'm not super excited about new dinosaurs. Like, that's just more variety to me. And I'm super fine with variety. Variety, cool. But that's not what gets me excited. What gets me excited is stuff they haven't said yet. I haven't heard anything about new biomes. Dragon then some. But if they, like, you know, if they're sneaking in world gen stuff, I'm excited. Otherwise, I'll be a little bit, it's fine. That isn't to say that it'll be bad. Just, you got to do more than just add more animals to impress me and get me, like, truly excited. What about archaeology stuff? I can't speculate because I don't know, right? If there's archaeology stuff, I'll be excited about that. If there's myths stuff, I'll be excited about that. Dinos is cool, so, and there's unknowns still, so we don't know exactly what's coming, and because of that, yes, I'm excited, but I'm not excited for dinos in particular. You also need to remember that, like, because of what I do for a living, I just make money when there's an update. People tune in when there's an update, so I'm excited for that reason. Like, the classic selfish, like, oh, well, my YouTube channel will do well. So yes, I'm excited, but maybe not for the same reasons that other people are excited, if that makes any sense. This is pretty efficient. I'm actually quite happy with how this whole thing turned out. Yeah, see, that I'm excited about. Like, if it's just that, I will actually be a little bit disappointed, Darude. But if they're sneaking in other world gen stuff or map rewrite stuff, that I'm excited about. Like, animals in and of themselves, it's cool, but that's not what gets me excited. What gets me excited is, like, we added more mechanics and variety to world gen. That makes me excited. I really like the Malachite mechanisms. I think they look great. I'm also very happy with how that system turned out. Dwarf wants to admire art. Okay. If you insist. Time to make a reservoir. Let's also make sure that this is in the burrow. I have crates. No. Magma Sea does regen, but it doesn't see. Well, not regen. It refills. How fast? I don't know. I couldn't give you exact numbers. Fast enough. About the same as an ocean. Maybe a little slower, because lava moves slower than an ocean. You naked? No. many more do I need? Quite a few, it looks like. Vaughn does kind of encourage that, though. Ernix. How do you trade with groups how do trade groups get around? They don't, or they use caves. Usually they just don't. Well, so I'm going to tell you this right now. This isn't Vaughn's stream. So I'll give you this one. But generally, I prefer to name things after viewers or within things that make sense. Mostly because I have a very different sense of humor than Vaughn. I'm much drier. He's a bit more slapstick. So I'm also not going to give you that whole thing because that's way too long. It won't fit. We'll block out the rest of the name. So, beard or no beard? Garunix. Because people are so, like, uncreative, Hotshot in YouTube chat, that they can't imagine games without multiplayer. Beard, right. Do you have a dwarf name generator or something? Because I guarantee you that exists. Fat face hammer bludgeon. I don't know. Beard face knife stab. Anyway. Bro. I'm gonna leave the hammer bash out because as I said, it'll compress it in the full list, so it'll be hard to name properly. He is incredibly calm and almost never feels discouraged. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions, but enjoys being in crowds. He has a strong sense of duty, often is cheerful, and lives a fast-paced life. He doesn't often feel envious of others, likes a little excitement now and then, but is conflicted by this, because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult. So he's joining the military, but he also likes meditating. Cool. He sometimes can act without deliberation, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Likes to keep his things orderly. Also going to take you off the minors. He blows out his breath when he's annoyed, and he lowers his eyes when he's angry. And dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, treasures leisure time, and thinks that it is very important in life. Tis definitely you, def you. Also, you're joining the military, and I'm sure you'll really like my military uniform. Nobody's mentioned it yet, so... Anyway, he likes rhyolite and sterling silver, as well as sardonyx, hecuba leather, and hemp paper and gems, and the site of the sable blossom, and when possible prefers to consume radish plants and blueberry wine and tomato seeds, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Why don't you just eat tomatoes instead of the seeds? Get more sustenance out of the tomatoes. Okay, so first you grab a shield, right? That's the first part, is you grab a shield. And then you grab a shoe. Oh, no, not a shoe. Another shield. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Now we have two shields. Now we're fully armored up. I mean, there is the archipelago thing that we were talking about a couple days ago. But that, like, is just sending items to other players, sort of. Like, you doing things set off triggers in your game, which sets off things for other people in other games. But, like, I don't know. I do honestly think that the best way to play this game in multiplayer is just in a video call with some friends. You're crying at the happiness of consuming alcohol right now. I think that, like, Dwarf Fortress can be a communal game, but it doesn't need to be a multiplayer game. That's just my take. Use the metal caps. I just decided to go with caps in this port for these shield wall boys. Also, Chamber Gates is your last name. There you You're gonna go to the dodging demonstration where you demonstrate how to dodge. It's called getting tomatoes thrown at you. And also, Cole the Miner has been taken by a Fey Mood. What do I have for bars? Whole bunch of iron. A lot of coke. Go to holders. Another ore do I have? Is it literally just malachite? Malachite. Okay. Pig, iron, steel bars. We'll make some steel furniture, I think. So that's one temple. Place another temple up here. Trying to figure out this sentence, reading what Jake Whitehead is saying. Why Reddit motherfuckers always talk with pauses? Okay, number one, I haven't been active on Reddit in years if you're talking about me. But, like, what's wrong with thinking between my words? If that's what you're saying. I'm confused. Can someone try to explain to me what the heck this person means by that? Also, I'm reading 2 chat rooms. Maybe that's got something to do with it. To me, I just want an easier way of sharing succession fort saves. Like, literally, that's all I want. T-Bay. Well, that's possible. A few decades. That's assuming they've been around that long. No? Going to pause the game because there's now an ad break running. We'll unpause the game when the ads are done. Now, if you want to accuse me of using millennial pauses, that's totally fair, because I am in fact a millennial. Which honestly might be my favorite trend since, like, you know, TikTok and all the other more Zoomer-focused social media platforms have popped up. Might actually be my favorite trend, is the concept of the millennial pause. It's just very funny to me because it's true. Both in-game and outside could be improved a little. Yeah, just like naming of saves, sorting of saves in-game. Although there already was a update that improved it somewhat, but it's still it could be better, for sure. Like save management, but also like a method of sharing saves that's, I mean, it doesn't need to be built into the game by any stretch, but like a better method of sending a save to a friend. Like a more straightforward method that doesn't require you like knowing where your installed saves are for Dwarf Fort, kind of thing. Yeah, even just more sorting orders would help, and also like more intelligent naming, like on the actual like file browser side. Would also be very, very, very helpful. But anyways, regardless, it's like as far as multiplayer goes, it's a complete moot point because it has been confirmed, reconfirmed, restated, like doubled down on, reminded, stated. I'm trying to think of other ways to like reiterating the same reiterating the same point. They have stated and stated and stated again. They will not ever be adding multiplayer. It's not in the scope of the game. The game isn't built for that. It's never going to happen. It's like up there with phone releases where I can just pretty confidently state that it's never going to happen. At least not in our lifetime. Maybe with mods, but certainly not in a vanilla release. I would actually agree with what Nick just said in the YouTube chat, though. A phone release is more plausible than a multiplayer version. Yeah. Maybe if Linux phones become popular, then you could just have one. Like, if people actually start using Linux phones, maybe there's a world where the native Linux version has compatibility for, you know. To me, like, the ideal Dwarf Fortress experience with friends is just reading a crazy story in a chat room that somebody encountered. Like, that to me is just the most interesting thing. Not in particular, Darius, but I've seen various Linux phones over the years. I don't really see any reason to use one personally. They're just not ready. At least not for what I would need it for. I'm more likely to end up using like a Nokia if I'm going to use a dumb phone for something. No browser or social networks. You know, I saw well, not a, I'm trying to think, like, how do I was listening to a podcast relatively recently, which is run by 404 Media's podcast, and they make companion piece articles sometimes alongside of their like podcasts alongside of their articles. And they had this lady on who was talking about like personal data security, right? So very interesting stuff if you're me, dry as shit for most people. But they had this guest on and they were talking about, I'm gonna turn off the burrow for a little bit so we can get all these logs down and in. They were talking about personal data security. And one of the topics that came up was dumb phones and like anti-social media phones. And the person who's being interviewed relayed a story about somebody that she'd spoken with where they basically were hanging out with somebody who is a dumb phone Luddite. So like intentional rejecting of modern phones, which is me sometimes. And after hanging out, they went to, you know, head home. And this other person was like, hey, could you call me an Uber? And hey, could you like get me home basically? And to that I have to say, like, I agree with the use of dumb phones to a point. But there's some places in the world where there just straight up isn't taxis. There's places in the world where they're like, you can't actually function unless you have a smartphone. And so I kind of, on one hand, like the idea of a dumb phone, and I've dumbified my smartphone quite a bit. But I think I'm more in the direction of things like Graphene OS, where, yeah, I want my privacy and I want to be able to turn all that stuff off, but I want to also be able to enable it so I don't inconvenience other people. So when I say like a phone isn't ready, it's like sometimes you do need the phone. Like, I didn't build this world. I don't like it. But, like, there is a not small amount of things in my life where I do actually need it. So I don't really have any interest in getting a Linux phone for the minute. I have all sorts of interest in the Motorola phone that's gonna come with out of the box Graphene OS compatibility. I'm much more interested in that. Sounds more like a dumb person. Sure, but it depends on where you live. You know? Like here, up until very recently, my public transit, where I live, you could pay for it in 2 ways. With a phone app, QR code, or with cash. Now you can use a credit card, but that's only recent, like in the last couple months. Up until this point, like you had to use the phone or you had to use cash. And I would look at that in kind of a similar way, where it's like, I don't really carry cash very often. And could I? Sure. But like, that is a massive inconvenience in exchange for what? Considering the fact that you haven't switched yet, I think is kind of wild to me. Darius? Your employer changed to a system that you literally can't get the tax paper only via app. Yeah. And like that you could probably blame like Stripe for or something. Because I'd be willing to bet it's probably like Stripe that's doing that. Uh-oh. Actually need to make this dwarf not a log cutter anymore and give it to somebody else. You're going to be diagnosing people. I get it, but that requires me walking to the bank. There's some things I use cash for, but... Sure, I mean, like, for me, I either need HTML apps or I need Android or an Android derivative. But when I see things that's like, oh yeah, no, it has no web browser and has no standard apps, I'm like, well, that's kind of useless, actually. Like, actually, that's kind of useless. Everybody back inside until all this gets cleared up, because everybody's injured now. Oh, I don't have any empty food storage items. That's a problem. Rot pot, rock pot. 100. Where the heck are my craft store shops? They're all the way the hell over there. And you still need logs. At least I assume you need logs. Enough gems. So boulders is probably what you need first. Yep. Boulder, what's next? Silk cloth. Silk cloth. Great. It's late spring. Well, I said rot pot, but I got nothing against Ween, though. But yeah, I don't know. I think for me, my next step is definitely a used Pixel because I am paying full price for a new Pixel. Although I haven't used a modern phone in a very long time. I tend to use very old phones and not the whatever current one people are, whatever current generation people are buying, like ever. It just always, the cost just always feels very difficult to justify. That's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I want. There we go. Excellent. Will do. That's not what I mean, though. 802 Nick. I mean, 802 Nicks are like, I mean, iOS and most mobile operating systems are Linux-based. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't want a Google phone. You know, I want a un-Google phone, an anti-Google phone. I don't want an Apple phone. I want something where I can see what's running and turn it off. I don't want it. Got kind of nothing to do with is or is not Linux-based. I think we had some goblin thieves arrive and not get spotted because they showed up dead on my traps. A Netin has come, a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. Question is, will it make it past my front door? Ibu, the Etin, has no relationships and has only malodorous filth covering it. The question is, will it even make it into the fortress? It doesn't seem to have any of the injuries yet. It's interesting. I was curious if it would get affected by the rain, but it is going to get the shit kicked out of it by my livestock. And I could probably just tell my squads to go beat it up for some free training. It got bit by something and was bleeding. Getting punched is a cavey. I mean, it did go flying. So a blue peacock's been found dead, but it's taken, like, actual bleeding damage from geese, which is hysterical. And now it's exhausted, and this chick, which just died, I think drew blood. The chick bites the Etin, denting the fat. Bites the Etin, bruising the fat. Denting the skin and bruising the fat. Excellent. The chick scratches it in the upper leg, which bruises the muscle and tore the skin. It's now overexerted and injured. No! Lord Farquaad! Why do you do this? Because I'm dumb, that's why. But the squads surround it and are striking the Etin, bruising the muscle and bruising the liver. It will not survive any alcohol. Horse pulls the wrist. Is Dord okay? Dord might be okay. No more ability to stand. Her upper leg is gone. No! But she is fighting. I mean, she's hacking it with her copper battle axe. As for the beast, well, it's in extreme pain. And Einod down here, how's your skills doing? Miscellaneous object user. That's what we like to see. Here's hoping they get up to novice miscellaneous object user. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Just dabbling. A good laugh when Dord gets their leg cut off. Okay, Usherer coming to get Dord. In a strange mood, he is collecting rough gems. Good, good, good. You just started the game and tried to play at the same time as you explained your tutorial, and then when you finished it, it took over an hour and all your dwarves died. Time to start a new fort in the same fort. I mean, in the same world. Losing is fun. It is part of the game. So you won't play Dwarf Fortress without some losing, especially initially. But I think everybody dying in your first fort is a rite of passage. Can I ask how they died? What happened? Grimbor in YouTube chat. But getting started is the hardest part. I could not tell you how many times all my dwarves have died. It even happens to me sometimes and I know what I'm doing. Okay, so the Smeared Sect is a temple in which I need to make because they've demanded it up here. So we'll assign this to the Smeared Sect. Love the new sorting of this. It's so good. Wants temple, the god of wealth and misery. Honor the hunger of stretching or whatever. Well, I hope that it satisfies some needs. Oh, I have a mayor. Somehow I super missed that. Must not have the notification enabled for that right now. Gotta fix that. But apparently, I has mayor. The god of greed? It does kind of seem like a greed thing. Certainly not the god of creed. That's the god of hugs, I'm told. Also, it looks like Darkquad is actually going to survive. In a lot of pain. But will probably survive. Apparently you need a crutch, you need stitches. But I think we got this. I mean, we got thread, we got cloth, also have crutches. Very nice oak ones, too. Giving you all the stitches that you need. Dord Farquaad the Lane. Sure. You're less of a quad now and more of a triple? Try? Lord Far Try? Because you lost the fourth limb. Anyway. Then you goffed. My favorite part of that Creed joke is if you go to the music video for Arms Wide Open, and the highest rated comment is, "You didn't get this recommended to you. You searched for this." Miner has created Kikorendath, a rock salt millstone, and offers it to the new dirt. Isn't that the second, like, didn't I get a quern earlier in this fort? I am going to throw that millstone over here, though. There we go. Will they still get better at swimming, you wonder? Oh, the one with no legs? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dustin Dude in YouTube chat says, saw Creed live, they got upstaged by a marginal local band. I'm not even remotely surprised by that. I feel like large acts like Creed are either extremely well rehearsed and there's nothing to complain about, or they're like offensively bad and there's no middle ground. Like either they're so bad that you're like actually kind of angry, or they're like just completely fine. And there's never like a middle ground with that sort of thing. And I've seen bands that are both. Like as an example, I saw ZZ Top. The tickets were very cheap. It was horrible. However, opening for ZZ Top was the Wallflowers, and it was totally fine. I mean, I would never have gone out of my way to see the Wallflowers, but I'm kind of happy I saw the Wallflowers, because, like, that was a really good show. So I paid $40 to see the Wallflowers, and then as an encore, we got an awful set by ZZ Top. Until watching these streams, I'm so sorry for your loss. Creed is a meme. He's a funny meme sometimes, though. No, I've only ever seen the music video for Arms Wide Open, as far as I know. This is a rock salt millstone. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cave spider silk and water buffalo leather, and encircled with bands of rock salt cabochons and rose-cut rose quartzites. This object menaces with spikes of rose quartz and ash. And this temple, their priest, is going to be... Oh man, I wanted to say Dord Farquaad, but... Oh well. Because I can't say Dord Farquaad, I will instead say... Tekud. Welcome to the fort of the Schmeared Schmecht. I mean, sure, but I'm not going to watch it. I am, however, going to pause the game. Because two things. One, I'm hungry, so I'm going to go eat a boiled egg. And two, I need to pee. Unrelated to me being hungry. But I need to do both of those things, and an ad is going to run in about 90 seconds anyway. So I'm going to run the ad. I will be right back. Can I get a big round of beers? I just want to say thank you for tuning in today and hanging out. You guys are... I mean, it's great kids' music. It's a very time and place thing. Now it just fits very nicely, probably, Jody, into any divorced dad's playlist. You know, like right up there with Nickelback, Breaking Benjamin, and Seether, and 10 years ago I would have said Kid Rock, but maybe not anymore. That's like kind of... I'm not going to be mean to divorced dads like that. Anyway, I'll be right back. Unless that's why they're divorced. Anyway. See you in 3 minutes. All right. Breaking Benjamin takes you back. You know, it's funny. Whenever I think of Breaking Benjamin songs in my head, the only songs I actually think of are Seether songs. Stone carvers with beards. Stone carvers, probably not. Miners, though. As you can see, most of the dwarves in the fort are miners. So, miners, yes. Stone carvers, eh. I mean, I could grab somebody who's making, like, blocks right now. Although, literally, they're all names, so no, I can't. So... Eustace B? McBeard? Earth's Oak, or Earth Soak. Probably Earth Soak. He is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. He is assertive and could be considered rude. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and he prefers to live, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and has a greedy streak. And he is curious and eager to learn, and he is currently more fearless, he is currently more confident, and he is currently more shameless. And he is currently less private, and currently more thoughtless. He laughs loudly when he's excited, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Shinobi, thanks for the 13th month with Prime. Appreciate you. Don't forget, if you happen to have a Prime sub, those do help keep the channel funded. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And personally, doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, doesn't care about fairness, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Although I think we're doing pretty good with the daily minimum. I do. Although at the same time, like, the YouTube channel is just covering it with that video that I uploaded. But the faint yellow, sorry. He likes alunite, brass, faint yellow diamond, water buffalo hoof, and the color ecru. Roots and the sound of the inky tummies. Impossible prefers to consume gigantic tortoise, fisher berries, sand pear cider, and absolutely hates large roaches. There's a lot of passing acquaintances, no friends or family locally, and you want to learn something and make merry. Welcome to the fort. Makes me wish that guilds would make demands for their fortress. They sort of do, but it's just for the quality of the guild hall. I would love to see that system expanded, though. Like, I would love to see that. I think that would be awesome to see that system expanded. There are Drothlas in my fort. It's gonna beat it up. Get 'em, boys! Great. Had a ton of elk birds get into your fort, and they actually managed to kill 2 of your dwarves. Elk birds are pretty big. Like, it's kind of like getting attacked by, like, a large emu with antlers. They're probably about as smart, too. I literally did that just so I could finish the artifact, so... And this is my automated defense system, which is also pretty straightforward, actually. Which I'm actually going to build now. Oh, no, actually, I don't need that at all. You are just going to take this nether cap. You're going to load corpses and all that. You're going to load from here. And that's it. Except right here. And there we go. Goddess Dot, thanks for the 42nd month. Welcome back, man. Is there a benefit to the way I'm doing farm plots? Absolutely not. I'm doing it just for organization or aesthetics. Always one of the two. I don't generally do things that have, like, practical benefits outside of aesthetics. Also, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Goddess Dot? Keeping that sub alive for 42 months, the meaning of the subiverse. So this is also a very nifty little system. The way this is going to work is all of these bits and bobs and bodies and whatnot are going to be placed into here. We're just going to call this bodies and trash. And then I just need a dwarf to decide to come over here and then put the bodies and other trash into this minecart. And then this minecart's just going to dump it all down and into the hole. Which should be pretty quick. Okay. And whenever dwarves walk in and out, it opens up the drawbridge that's down here. And every 10 or so ticks, it then closes again. And it's deep enough that it's not going to fling the stuff out. And hopefully nobody falls in there, because otherwise they're going to disappear real quick. So if anybody mysteriously goes missing, that. Might actually be the most practical, like, automation thing in this fort, unlike the fisheries automation, which isn't super practical, but it is entertaining, so. How's your novice? There we go, getting there. I mean, this thing is quite entertaining. So Chad, out of the automations I've made so far in this fort, what's the best one? We've got the fish transport setup, which is this. We've got the what do you call it? We've got the fish transport setup. We've got the swimming lessons setup, and then we've got the automated trash disposal. What do you think is the best one? For getting rid of dogs and cats ones? Fair. Usually if I have too many animals that I need to get rid of that aren't pets, I just butcher them or put them into a cage and sell them. But Rathla went to the wrong neighborhood, that's for sure. Dustin, dude. There it goes. We're gonna fly up now because it's been 5 days. I just love how quick this thing runs. Vump, bonk. Now it's all the way up there. That's excellent. Excellent. Now all this can just get hauled. There goes the fishers, or the swimmers, I guess. Good thing that's not dwarf blood. Sorry, baby Drothla. There goes the Drothla. And the baby Drothla. We're brewing drinks from plants and drinks from fruits. All this stuff's coming over pretty quick. Gets points for pointlessness. I'll have to sharpen it up, I guess. Question is, How much of this do I want to get out of here? All of it is the actual answer. Let's just get rid of that so they don't throw it into there and instead just go put it all over there. And I'm going to start making this. I'm also going to need to power this from up above. Cool. So I can access it from over here. I would actually say that the swimming lessons has some sort of use and isn't that ridiculous to build, but also we're trading, and apparently our trade sentiments are lukewarm. We're trading with humans. And I've got a bunch of children that need beds, so we shall make them beds. Should really just request the import of wood. So people keep asking me if I'm excited for dinos. And I have a very long response. Are you excited for dinos, chat? And if so, what part? And if you're not, why? And I think because I'm waiting for magic is a legitimate response. Dino steak? I mean, honestly, with the price of beef, dino might be cheaper these days. You're excited for dinos? You know, that is a point. Like, it is one of those niche hobbies. It's where it's sort of like trains, where like you put trains in the game, and then all of the people who really like trains go, okay, fine, I'm listening. And I think that dinos are kind of similar to that in that, like, there's just people who really like that specific thing, and they will get into that specifically because of that specific thing. Sieges should be more interesting. I don't think it'll make Sieges more interesting than the Siege update. I mean, the Siege update has already made Sieges extremely interesting. But sure. Like, elves might bring dinosaurs. Same with humans. Do I think dinos would taste like chicken, as in would they be white meat? I don't know. Ask a scientist. I feel like that's outside of my pay grade. I feel like I've screwed this up because of where I placed it. So instead, I'm gonna go down this way. What am I gonna do when magic comes out? Do I have a plan for it? I can't really plan for things until, like, I see what is in it. What will I do? Probably stream 5 days a week for a couple weeks, if it's huge. If it's not huge, then stream 5 days a week for like 2 weeks, or 6 days a week. If it's giant, then 7 days a week for a week or two, and then edit a video. That's usually what I do when there's big updates. Is just stream more and work more. Basically do a bunch of overtime. which is all I can really say, like, legitimately as a plan that for it is I will probably stream more than I normally do for a little bit. But I can't really promise anything else outside of that. Make at least one video. At least one, yeah. Usually patches like that, especially anticipated ones, just means overtime for me, which is fine. I mean, like, it's part of the job, you know? But I don't really have, like, a direct plan for something that we have no specifics on yet. Like, it's a lot of, like, theorized mechanics. So I don't really have any plans. I need to add you to the... I couldn't remember how to spell your name. I shit you not, Weed. Don't exactly have a straightforward or memorable name. I remember Weed, but I don't remember the double O. Done. Right now. Cheers, cheers, Weed. But it should work now. Oh, it's going, Mesa. It's going. But I mean, right now, for dinos, I will probably just stream 5 days in a row. And if it stays big in those 5 days, 6 days in a row, I'll stream until the numbers start to go back to normal, and then make a video. That's my current plan. What? Did I not just give you permission? Try it again. It rains rain that hurts you.
Everyone!
We discovered the effect almost immediately. It rains melodious filth, which causes bleeding and bruising. That's the evil effect that this map has. And before you go, is it not resurrecting? No, it is not resurrecting. It has rain that causes bleeding. Some really hard water. Yeah, that's one way to put it. That is, in fact, one way to put it. It is a pretty good one in regards to this song. Ah, they're all up there. That makes sense. Let's just say rock. Great. We'll make malachite rock grates. Oopsies, that went too high. And then you go this way. There are no misses so far in the track. I think there's less memorable ones, but most of them fit the game very well. They're just not as memorable, like, in a loud, rompous tune kind of way, you know? This is a little sketchy, but it'll be fine. I'm widening the power. Like my read through of it, or just the original Boat Murdered? I'm Not Human? Because that's one way to say that I've been playing this game for too long. Start talking about Boat Murdered. It'll still bright color, but if it's not, oh well. Edit it later. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted shale. I shall not pass. Out of shale. Okay, fine. Microcline it is then. Oh, the track. Right. That was a, that's actually a remaster. There is a old version of it, which was written by Simon like ages ago, very long time ago. So it's a remaster of a much older track. Somebody earlier was asking about pumping water higher than just one level. This way. This is how you do it. You make an alternating holes, with the hole being under the front of the pump. And then when you power one of them, it powers all of them. Because the front of the pump acts as a mechanism. Also, some migrants have arrived. And right here is my front door. I'm gonna go right here. Why am I doing this with such a long tube? Because it feels right. Then, like, right here. Now I need to put probably most of this into the burrow. Should be pretty good. Snack? What? There's a snake? I mean, there's a helmet snake. I don't know what other snake you're speaking of. Also, I had a dwarf. My mare was in the water for a second. Oh, you're probably swimming. Okay, so now that we're doing that, let's get all of these dwarves inside, and let's make a Marks Dwarf squad. Because I need additions to my military. Probably also need some more additions to my military, but let's just real quick grab a dwarf and say, hey, are you going to be any good in the military? He's tranquilating quiet. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and finds blind honesty foolish. Quick to anger and tends to hang on to grievances. Maybe not, maybe not. Want martial training and excitement. Okay. So with that squad done, I'm going to make a new militia captain squad. Going to be a crossbows squad. I'm also going to go over to here and do a thing that I only just remembered that I forgot to do. Being very efficient today. Being very focused on making machines and not focused on actually building a fortress. So I've kind of been neglecting the fact that I have a mayor that needs an office. I should probably do that. Yeah. Not ideal, but oh well. I'm sure only most things aren't functioning. How are you training them? I'm not human. Also, if you're going to flood your fortress, just make sure that your dwarves have the ability to get oxygen, because if it's 1 Z level tall, your ceilings, and you flood that, you will kill your dwarves even if they are legendary swimmers. Just remember that not necessarily a good idea unless you have super tall ceilings. And even then, might still cause problems. For like pathing and stuff. Said it as a joke. That's a real strategy. Wait, which part was the joke? Both got it. Okay, now I'm completely confused, but we'll roll with it. I mean, if you go to my... Okay, hold on. I was just going to say, if you go to my YouTube channel and look up a video... Hold on, let me just go to my YouTube channel and look up a video for you.
All right, Telling.
Bah! Me yelling. Okay, so don't mind young upstart me from a couple years ago. I'm gonna block my own face. Ha, perfect. This is what you can do if you have high-level swimming skills. So basically what I did was I built 2 rows of pumps powered by windmills, and then my dwarves were all legendary swimmers, and they would just like run through the 6 and 7 deep water, because this was only 1 Z level deep lake, right? They just run through this and just fight things while they were drowning. And obliterated everything. It was incredible. Although this was way before I made videos about stuff like this. The frame rate was real bad, though. You can't see it because it's behind me, but the frame rate was literally 13. The animals that didn't make it to the Ark. Yeah. Grim times. Actually, let's just get these dwarves training. Just want to get them training in base stuff. Let's do leather quiver, steel crossbow. Don't know if I have a leatherworker shop, so I should check. Don't think I do though.
This is madness!
Madness?
This
I missed that.
Yeet.
You remember that fort? It was a good one. It was an oldie but a goldie. You got a fort once, so basically all the doors are safe for good swimmers. In the first ever book about going to war with soldiers, I had such advice as in they need to eat and drink and thus will get angry and revolt without food and water. That's true. Anyways, what's the dumbest thing you thought, man, this might work, and then it did? Because that might be the dumbest thing I've done in Dwarf Fort in a very long time. I have a fish transport elevator. Not currently building anything with minecarts, though. My fish elevator is this. It's just a minecart that gets filled up with fish. Doop 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 doop. Although we have to wait for there to be enough fish in the fish cart, or for 5 days to pass. This is kind of one of those blink and you'll miss it type things too. Because this thing is like 6% full right now. We need a lot more fish to be full. Imagine catching fish. I mean, you wouldn't be able to catch fish, but you might be able to kill some. So Nat in YouTube chat says, imagine catching fish by running a cart through a river. Like, if you ran a cart through a river, it would fill up with water. And, like, if it hit a carp, it might kill the carp. But, like, that wouldn't be super effective for, like, actually fishing, though. That's got 400 power. That needs 100 power. Yeah, I could power you. From here. Problem is, then I'll have dwarves going this way. I really don't want, although, realistically, I'll just block this. Anyway, that was blink and you'll miss it. This case, I missed it. The minecart delivers these fish up here and dumps them right there. So if I just do this real quick and go to fish transport and say, do it immediately. That's probably going to kill a dwarf on the way, actually. We'll see. You could just drain the river and then go pick them up, though. Like, that would be much more efficient. Whee! See? Whee! Dunk. And then I'm just going to go back to this and say, every 5 days, please. Every 5 days. Efficient. I see what you did there. Although, actually, what I could do Let's just throw a dump zone over here and just get that stuff moved out of the way. We are working around live minecart machines, which is never smart. Nor is it safe. If anything, I would actually say it's very danger. Much big danger. Very much big danger. Yes, sure. There we go. Now they no longer have access. So they shouldn't path this way. Keyword here is shouldn't. How's it going? Pretty good, pilot. Your command should work now. You can test it if you like. You once tried to do forts with a heavy aquifer and make a well with an infinite clean water, only to flood your whole dormitory? I mean, I do that all the time with light aquifers. But an heavy a heavy aquifer is almost always kind of the, that seems a bit excessive kind of vibe for me. Like, not to say that, like, you shouldn't do it, like, you can, but I do honestly feel like, yeah, it's a little excessive. Okay, so I gotta go up to the surface and collect some wood. Let's turn off the burrow for a little bit. Now that you fly a jet, well, do you want to know when you last updated it? I was looking at the age of that file. Miner's been taken by a Fey mood. Ooh. Excellent. Last update was creation. Sure. Do you want to know when that was? You might gain some gray hairs, I warn you. It's not a quantum fish pile? No. No, it is not. You love to click on wagons and see that they're grouchy from the rain? I mean, if you think about how Dwarven time works, if I had to spend like 4 hours in torrential downpour with no rain gear, I would also be grumpy. I would also be grumpy. Alrighty, Dord Farquad, you're gonna drop that axe now. Also, it's party time, apparently, chat. So grab your party hats and party responsibly. Or irresponsibly, honestly. About 5 years? It's about right. It was 2022 was when that sound was created. I mean, I make adventure mode content, technically. Literally, my last 4 major videos all include some sort of adventure mode interlude. But the reason there isn't a ton of adventure mode content on my live streams, or specifically, is it's much less engaging than fort mode. It's much less developed. Also, you're supposed to post party emotes, chat. Where's my party emotes? I am very disappointed by the lack of party. Like, if adventure mode was more immediately engaging and exciting, I would stream more of it. But... like, the dragon video had adventure mode, the one before it had adventure mode, the one before that had adventure mode, the one before that I adventure through hell, or maybe there was one in between. I need to actually look at the upload order. Like, if you go to my VOD channel, which is @BlindExtras on YouTube. Hey, what's up, stupid? It's good to see you, man. How'd I make the mist over the eating table? I didn't. This is a waterfall. I just built around a waterfall. If you go to my VOD channel, I started as a outsider with no skills whatsoever and got him to legendary in combat. You want to go watch a 0 to hero run. Oh. Apparently that's an aquifer. That's exciting. The miner has created a Requigescut, a siltstone statue of Id Skunk Tongs, and offers it to the new dirt. Should expect nothing less. I'd love me a statue. Question is, who the hell is that? Why do I care about you? Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of Id Skunk Tongs, a dwarf, and dwarves in Stiltstone. Id is surrounded by the dwarves. Their work relates the ascension of the dwarf Id to the position of Queen of the North Guilds in the early winter of 252. Oh! It is encrusted with round siltstone cabochons and cushion lignite cabochons and round brilliant cut banded agates, and decorated with horse leather. This object menaces with spikes of banded agate and horse leather. On the item is an image of a were-koala in lignite. On the item, that's just a normal koala. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in iron. On the item is an image of an amethyst man in donkey leather. The old man of amethyst. Party over is worst part of party. Can confirm. Swim up a river from the end of the ocean, killing every fish and hippo on the way as you ended summer. You had a master. I thought you were going to say, and then winter hit, and then I froze to death. That's usually what happens to me when I do that too much. Like, you can macro throwing skill and then just throw stuff constantly and become legendary very quickly. That way. How was the concert? It was fun. Bit normie for me, but fun. I would go to it again. I'll put it that way. Actually, let's just suspend this one. Oh. Well, that explains it. A giant named Heju has come, a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Okay, hold up. Let me just turn the burrow back on. This giant has a very interesting item. This is a carambola wood helm. It is sized for elves. It is decorated with well-crafted lychee wood. Well-crafted lychee wood, hey? How was your weekend, Felgor? Or Fulgur? I really like a lychee. A lychee's tasty. I want to go inside, kiddo. Where'd this giant go? What? Up a tree? Why? Come back down. Totally stole that from an elf. I mean, I'm shocked by this concept. Bob was outside and is fighting with the beast and is now stunned, but the beast is bleeding and injured. Maybe I should send in reinforcements, although they probably won't get there in time. Sorry, Bob. Bob the miner has been found dead. Now here's hoping you start descent. Oh, what are you doing? Moreb, you should be going down, not up. Moreb, please. Just want it to die to my traps. Is that too much to ask? Like, literally, that's all I want. I just want it to die to my traps. But I guess I need to make an additional burrow. There's too many reasons for them to be outside. Rumble. Also, right now, they're going outside to do this. Sure. I'm sorry, what? This needs a wall piece. This needs a drawbridge. And this needs a lever. Sparky, 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 thank you very much for the 33rd month. No, he can't. Bob the miner cannot dig it because Bob the miner is dead. That is correct. Bob did his best. Or her best? I think Bob was a she. But seriously, Sparky, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. Appreciate you. Gremlin one was great. That was the last one that did really well. But now I've finally got another one that did really well. The dragon one. Hopefully the dragon one has a longer tail than the gremlin one, because the gremlin one did really well for like 2 months and then slowed down pretty dramatically. I've had other ones that have like done really well for a bit and then slowed down, and then I've had some that have like done really well and then continued doing really well, so it was a little bit of a mixed bag. You know, actually, I don't want to put this here. I want to put it down here. I almost never use malachite as copper because I think malachite looks too good. Just in general. And now I'm going around going, where's all the malachite? Like, it's too pretty to be wasted on copper. You never really make copper? Copper's great when you have nothing else. I use copper for, like if I have tetrahedrite or something, I use it for, like, furniture a lot of the time, or bolts. What's all this about rain that cuts you? If you get rained on in this world, see how this dwarf's injured? You get covered in bruises and you start bleeding. I haven't seen it kill any dwarves yet, though, so it's just very unpleasant and not something that you really want. And it also gives the dwarves some pretty heavy trauma. I make copper spears sometimes. Element. But I do quite like copper bolts. Just practice for metal. Only diagnosing. Not much else. Paper cut range? Sure. We were saying fiberglass, like liquid fiberglass at one point. .409 is going to link building to trigger. Omnisentient Salsa? Thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. Appreciate you. It's just really bad hail? Sure. But I don't know, I think my mental image of it's better than just really bad hail. Omniscient? That doesn't... So what, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've explained this to chat dozens of times. If you want me to correctly pronounce something, I need to actually audibly hear it. If you're just like, oh, it's pronounced like this, that won't help. So, sorry to cause frustration if it does, but it will not help. Will not make it any easier for me to be able to identify the thing that you're trying to tell me to say. Because it's not how my brain works. Your dogs unfortunately love it, though. This such is the life of having dogs. KV named Dan still around? I don't know. No. I wasn't really paying much attention, to be honest. Also, wasn't that the previous fort, or am I going crazy? Was that not the previous fort? Man. Thank you, Kilroy. Oh, I know exactly who it was, but I can't. I thought that was the last fort. Virtue virus. Anyway, I don't want you to bring it up again, so please don't. That wasn't fun, personally. I'd rather not think about it. If I can avoid it. And kerplunk. Jobert. Jobert is in fact still kicking. Just waiting for all these dwarves to come get these rocks. Should I smooth this? Do we care? Maybe I should also mine out the lignite. There is nothing to talk about. It was a very unpleasant interaction with the viewer. There wasn't any mistakes made. I just don't want it to come up again. If it was something that there was things to learn from, I would absolutely talk about it, but not with chat. Unless there was a reason to talk with chat about it. Someone was being unpleasant. I would like to move on. And you can too. By listening to me and respecting my request. Working on it, Flurf. Like, if you think I made a mistake, then you weren't here and there's no fucking point talking about it. Anyways, could I get a round of beers, please? That's fine, Virtue. You kind of get a Soviet era vibe. I just think, like, copper roof. Close to your favorite color? Yeah, it's pretty good. I've been doing this too long. So I come from an era where most streamers were reasonable, oversized Zipaputty. People didn't get, like, fucking nuts until, like, well, I was gonna say, people didn't get fucking nuts on Twitch until Pokemon Go came out, but that's kind of not true. They didn't get, like, current era fucking nuts until Pokemon Go. All right. If you don't understand the concept of the term move on, you're gonna get bopped. Not personal, but, like, let's just... Do I need to state it again? Well, I mean, not really that people saw how others acted and then emulated. I think it was just, like, the ability to easily stream. Like, people were doing IRL streaming before Pokemon Go, but people didn't, like, get good at it. Like, the technology didn't become, like, ubiquitous until Pokemon. Haven't made any tombs yet. Make Malachite coffin. Bless you. I think an intern needs another life as a happy dwarf. Can absolutely oblige. Would you like a beard or no beard? Yeah, I'm not looking forward. Is it every time they log in or just during account creation? I don't know what the fuck's happening in the UK. To be honest with you. I'm too busy worrying about Canada over here. But hasn't that been the case for people for a while in Australia? I'm pretty sure. I'm like, as far as I understand, like, the way those draconian nonsense trash laws are going to end up working is you have, like, if you make an account, you have to do the face scan bullshit. But if it's like you have to reiterate it every fucking time, that's bonkers. Like, what? No, I know enough. But also, well, I was gonna say, but more rights. Does the UK have GDPR? Because if the UK abides by GDPR, that's actually better in some ways. But yeah, this new shit. Yeah, Canada doesn't have GDPR, so in some ways it's better. But I don't know. You're almost 550 hours into Dwarf Fortress and you have yet to successfully make a mist generator. Have you tried following my tutorial? Okay, in YouTube chat. But a lost Tintin is not what I meant to say. A lost intern would like a bearded dwarf who is a lost intern. So the happiest dwarf with beard who isn't named. Scroll down a while. Your last name is Cloutcraft? That's just someone who, like, aspires to get famous playing Minecraft. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He is quite ambitious and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He tends to consider what others think of him and sometimes can act without deliberation. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, and personally values peace over war. Disregards tradition, values honesty, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. I'm going to throw you in the military in a second. He likes trifle pewter, as well as clear diamond and crystal glass, llama wool, and the color sky blue. Shields, millstones, large gems, and pigs for their sense of smell. Ospreys for their fishing ability, and squash vines for their fruit. The words of the droplet of berries, and when possible, prefers to consume guppy, long yam plants, and raspberry wine, and can have flour, and absolutely hates oysters. I'm gonna drop your pickaxe and join this squad. Also, I totally misspelled intern. Mountain Sieges is your last name. That's a good name. Not gonna lie. You are married. Doran. She also wants martial training. Maybe we should keep you together. And a baby was born. Minor, Locum. He's perfect. I'm glad you like him. You can keep him if you like. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I was like, yeah, I'll just throw all the items up here. And then they're just tucking them down there. Dwarves, you goofballs. I don't think you were. Oh no, you were. I was gonna say I don't think you were in this work. Yeah, you were. You're right here. Enter Silver. It's like Enter Sandman, but the bad sequel. Yeah. Still around. Still married. Still have kindred spirits. Very few dwarves have actually died. It's just the two. Woohoo indeed. I mean... I even have a command for that, which you can pay for now at blindIRL.com at the recommended tier, if you are so inclined. Get that removed out of here. Get that. And then friggin' wall this off. All right, who's ready to test this? What do you think, chat? Okay, let's just check. All the way down to here is powered. This up here needs to be walled off. Also need to finish walling that off, so let's suspend that for a sec. What's this thing again? A very strong shower. But currently I'm just waiting for a handful of dwarves to come up here. Build that, and then get these two. Just so I can get to that malachite later easily if I want to. Sign you up, got it. Putting your name on a list and checking it thrice. Find out if Dwarf is naughty or nice. Maybe you should make a very strong shower for that, yeah. The fifth? The fifth what? The fifth dwarf? The fifth Armok? I don't think dwarves have the fifth that you speak of. It seems like a very human culture thing. It was worth a shot. Yep. I love how often I see dwarves dodging out of the way of this. This also only has 6 power in addition to what it already has. This is also going to give us a way to catch free carp. Which is kind of amazing. Should just see if I could build a cage trap right here. If this carp dies, probably not. Fifth of rum? Yeah. What other fifth could they possibly be talking about? You can cage fish. I mean, yeah, if there's a cage trap underneath them. The outpost liaison Meng Kongaman from Iril Dulmus has arrived, as well as the caravan, and we have tenuous trade feelings at best, which is not great. And they're going to see a body on the way in, which I'm sure is going to help. I also can't remember what they wanted to trade, so yeah. I just hope they brought me wood. And you right here need bolts. Big iron. And let's go over to this and say this. Yerp. Yerp. Sure. I don't need that elven helm. I'll be fine. And so this up here fills all the way up to there. And then once it's full, it's going to stop pumping, which I think it's done. So then this is just going to fill up, although it's going to take a little bit longer to fill than it normally would because, you know, this sucker down here is causing chaos. Six, maybe a 5 our lives. Like if it's just new animals and an additional world gen setting and animal people, I'm like, I'm very happy that it's out, but like it's not something that's going to like blow my mind. I'm all for additional variety, so it's not a negative. It's just not something that I personally would be super excited for. If that's all it is, our lives. If there's more to it than just, oh, there's dinosaurs in the game now, then I'm suddenly very excited. But I kind of have to see the patch notes really tell you. If it's just more animals, then that's cool. But it's like, you know, not mind blowing or anything. Much more interested in world gen stuff. It'll be fun for like themed runs and whatnot, which that I'm cool with. I'm interested in. Arga meets with the Outpost liaison and says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Request wood. And they want footwear next season. Okay, we'll have to make them shoes. So, that down there is filling up with water. Once this is full, then we'll have a pretty good baseline level of water. And then this right here will stop flowing. Everything will flood out that way. And now it's all full. So now that it's all full, double check to make sure that everybody's in the burrow. They're not. Baby isn't in the burrow. And let's see how high this water flies. Shall we? Can I get a big wall of water, please? If you happen to have my water emote on Twitch, give me some crypt water. If you're in the YouTube chat, just find the blue square or circle or wave emote. Because id right here is about to do the honors of pulling the lever. The lever's now been pulled. If I go down, 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 we can now see this. Yeah, exactly. Like, this to me is like, cool. I feel similarly about this update as I would about like if it's just more creatures and variety. I feel very similarly to this update as I did about that update that added a bunch more die. So far, so good. Not bad. Not bad at all. Excellent. That's what we like to see. Just a bit of a geyser. I obviously need to do a little bit with it to make it more usable. But that's pretty awesome. Now if I go back down to here and pull this lever again, it will be. It's like part 1 of a base defense, I guess. No, absolutely. It gives us a lot of variety. Am I going to do a Stone Age playthrough? Not initially. Could I in the future? I don't know. I could see that as a interesting little restriction, but it's not something that I'm prioritizing off the bat. Like I said, I'm not going to promise anything until we actually see what's in the patch. Then we'll come up with stuff. I also really don't like doing quote-unquote Stone Age playthroughs because people have done this before. Mostly I don't like, what's the word? Obsidian swords. They're just not a good weapon in any way or fun to use. I was a little bit worried that the extra water falling in here would actually flood back up into here, but it seems to be mostly getting pumped out by this pump, so that's good. Frame rate went down to 20, by the way. Actually, it's more of the statue acts as a window. But the statue doesn't support the door. I will buy the little bit of wood that they brought. Maybe one cloak and do the trading. Really have a ton of like higher value items unless I bring just like a ton of gems over, but I don't want to do that. None of them have been cut. Not really making crafts, I'm just kind of making bolts. It's fun to have more war animals. Yeah, see that I'm excited for. But that's maybe it. I'm being very tempering my expectations because I don't want to overhype myself. Basically, I've been like not disappointed but whelmed too many times. I don't need to be whelmed. Probably not, unless it adds stuff for adventure mode. Like if adventure mode doesn't change at all, there being dinosaurs in the game is like there's dinosaurs now, but it's still adventure mode, so probably not. Unless they add some stuff to adventure mode, which I don't think this patch is going to. Like, they need to do a lot more than just put dinosaurs in the game for me to play adventure mode again. Like, the next time I'll play adventure mode for more than, like, 30 minutes off stream for a recording session for a video will probably be, like, whenever they put building back in. We could just call them Waptors. Krampus. Because wet ass dinos. Exactly. You get it. And then if you use them as a method of doing tourism, then you could call them WAP tours. Yeah. Gate Lasps is another miner, is just joining the fort. We got another migrant wave arriving. Wet ass prehistory. Sure. Because these days they're much more of a dead ass prehistory. Okay, so just gonna go to the burrow here. First thing I'm gonna do is knock down that tree. And I think just do all this. Wet-ass pterodactyl. Sure. Or pterodactyl. Yes. I mean, that's what happens when a pterodactyl goes swimming, right? I don't know. Like, literally nothing has been said. We don't know. Probably not, because there's an option to have them as, like, tame, so... There's probably going to be some that are mega beasts, but I don't think all of them will be. I mean, raptors aren't going to be mega beasts. Like, raptors are the size of a chicken. I'm thinking of a lot of good dino puns to use in videos, though. That's going to be fun. Like, I'm not going to say that that's the thing that I'm the most excited for, but, like... that might be. I mean, sometimes you just got to get a Tyrannosaurus Flex out there. So everybody knows that you're serious. Also, I'm gonna go standing orders, kitchen. Sure. Yep. No. Okay. And then what I'm going to say is I'm going to go work orders, meal, 1 hundo, monthly. We're going to have good quality food and piles of it. I mean, we already have piles of it, but we're going to have more piles of it, bigger piles of it. More bigger, better piles of it. Because what's better than too much food? More than too much food. If that's related to the update, yeah. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm excited about the and more. Dinos are nice. Not going to complain about dinos. But it's the and more that has me interested. You know, like, Tarn has talked about changing cage traps before. You know, like, if this update sneaks in that stuff, that's more exciting to me than just dinosaurs on their face. By kind of a large margin. I found Lord Farquaad, or Dord Farquaad's foot. I mean, leg. Would I like them changed? It's been announced that they're going to be changed. Because, well, cages have already changed. Enemy invaders can release their friendlies from cages already. So that's the first change that they're getting. The second change that they're getting is, like, Tarn talked about this ages ago. Like, back in spring. No, before then. Back during winter still. The beginning of the year. That he wants you to have to use different types of cages to catch mega beasts. So, would I like them changed? I would like that patched release, yeah. Certainly feels like a place where it would make sense, yeah. But, like, that to me is more interesting and exciting than dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are like a nicety, but that's not what would, you know, get me jumping up and down and freaking out. How's the foregoing? Pretty good. Land on hair in YouTube chat. Like Monster Hunter? Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how, like, expansive or varied it'll be, but that's been the pitch for a while. do I want to roof this off? Well, allegedly, there are drawn wagons that are cage traps for mega beasts. So, like, what if, in order to catch a mega beast, you needed to use a large trap that required more materials? And then what if, in order to move it, you had to get livestock? That is the thing that Tarn pitched back in spring, and I would be more excited about that than literally any dinosaur. Just period. Or any other kind of animal reworks. Like if this comes with different animal behaviors or changes animals in other ways other than just adding more, that's also more exciting to me than just adding dinosaurs. Trap and sell massive beasts? Sure. You know, like that would already be significantly more exciting to me. Just draft all the animals. Just the draft animals need to be dinos. But I don't. The dwarves would need rock cars. I can't even make rock like minecarts. But yeah, I don't know. Because they're pitching this as like a pretty major update, I am kind of expecting it to come with more things. So I'm just trying to be cautious so I don't overly excite myself. That's all. Because, you know, I feel like getting excited for anything in video games just leads to disappointment. So no matter how good the game is, how consistent the game is. Rock coffer, one hundo, and let's make them out of limestone. Hell yeah! And rock cabinet, 50, and make them out of whatever. You can sell caged, but only if they're trained. You can sell animals in cages, but only if they're trained. If they're not trained, they get released upon the sale. Like I was selling, not dragons, but rocks during the Dragon Fort. We're in an ad break, so I'm going to pause. Personally, you don't want to feel pressured into restarting the world when you just got back into the game, so don't. Like, nobody's saying that you need to. But, like, that's always been the way of things. Like, as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress. But also, Sophitus in YouTube chat, the thing that I will say is, I remember talking to people in my chat and them asking about features and me being like, oh, you just need to generate a new world. And then them saying, but I'm very attached to my world. I'm like, oh, how long have you been playing it? And they say, since 2015 or something like that. So there are some people that just don't generate new worlds. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend being one of those, but like, I would say like, if you are attached to a world that you're playing, you are more than good to just keep playing it for a while. You remember trying to sell some elves a raid full of... Also, you'll have... Animal people will have gear if you don't update. So you will see some changes. You remember trying to sell some elves a raid full of goblin cages once? It was an amazing way to have fun. Did it release them the second the cage gets delivered? It's been a while since I've tried to do that, because I just know it doesn't work, so I just don't do it. But does it release them when the cage gets delivered, or when the trade is completed? But geez. So it's probably going to be years before I personally see them all in game. Yo, I know, absolutely, 100%. Still haven't seen harpies or gnomes yet. Do you want to know how to find gnomes? Finding gnomes is actually really straightforward. You just need to know where to look. There's harpies. Yep. Animal gear since when? Animals are getting gear in the animal update, or in the dino update, or the extinction update, or whatever they're actually calling that next patch. They're going to have visible gear. Or I think the exact statement is some gear, which to me means it'll probably just be enough so that you can see weapons in their hands. Like, I'd actually be kind of surprised if they got more than that, but it would be cool. Yeah, I learned that there was gnomes after playing Dwarf Fortress for like maybe 10 years. Maybe a little bit less than that. 6 years? 7 years? Because I saw it randomly in a dwarf's description. I was like, what? There's gnomes? Because I was like, it likes gnomes for their ability to consume alcohol. Gnomes only exist in either evil or good aligned mountains. So good mountains have gnomes, evil mountains have dark gnomes. And they do one thing. They're little naked men with beards, and they run across your map and consume all of your alcohol instantly. And it's really funny because I always do it whenever there's traders. So they'll just run to the trader and consume all the alcohol, and then the traders charge you for the alcohol. Which I think is really funny. It's like maybe one of my favorite like jokes in the game. Yeah, they need to either be good or evil mountains. And even then you won't always get them as Wolfie. Too many games force updates against your will. The other thing that I'll say, Sophitus, that I think I maybe told you this last time, is you could just pause updates and go to your install folder, copy it out of the Steam folder, and then you can just play it independently, and you can keep playing that version of the game as it is forever, because Dwarf Fortress doesn't have any DRM whatsoever on it, even on the Steam version. So you can just go launch it without Steam. And if you don't believe me, like turn off Steam on your computer, go to the install where Dwarf Fortress is, and just launch it. It will launch without Steam. No, it never has. Keeps works. I mean, like, if you're a bad person, you could just, like, buy DF, okay? Go to your Steam folder and zip it, and then just email it to a friend. Like, you could do that. I wouldn't, because that's rude, but you could. This is what the rain does, chat. Everybody's just resting injury. I mean, the other thing that you can do is, like, you don't have to delete the world, right? You can keep the world. If you just go to Steam and you go to your Dwarf Fortress install, and you go to Properties, and you go to Game Versions and Betas, you could just roll back to, like, quite literally just about any version. Like, every major version. So, although I don't know why there isn't past... That date seems wrong for 51.5. That is not when that version number came out, I don't think. Maybe it is. That seems wrong. Anyway, you could just roll back if you want. You could also just, like, go to the website and download every single version of the game ever made, because they don't restrict them. Like, you know, people can say whatever they want about with this game, or, like, talk smack about it all they want, but the reality is, like, most people who play video games are jealous of like how fair this game is to its player base. It was every version, but it turned out there was a limit, so he removed the buggy ones. Oh. Because they can also have beta versions, right? They could just put the earlier versions in that and use the like hidden beta feature. Or maybe just have like a all versions version that just downloads them all and puts out a little launcher and just tells you which one. There are 3 or more versions you can see. Yeah, I know, because it went 50, like, yes, correct. Because 50.01 was the first version that released on Steam, but it also kind of sucked. That was a pretty bad build of the game. So I will point you towards my comment section then. There's very few of them, Krampus. I think there's maybe like 3 on the last video, which has like 600 comments or something now. So I can't even say that there's dozens of them. Let me at him. All right, go get him. Here's the boxing gloves. Well, I mean, 47.05 wouldn't need to be on Steam, WCS, because it's all on the website. The only reason like the Steam version should have it is because it has the tile set built in, right? Like that's the benefit. I mean, 47.05 doesn't have the tile set built in, and it's all on the website. So like, who cares? IGN with a good review. You know, people like are mean to IGN, and I get it. It's easy to be mean to IGN, but like IGN has people working for them that know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to video games. They just need their reviews to be like accessible so that grandma can understand it. Dude, this whole fort is Fluxstone. Like most of my constructions are Fluxstone. Like all is Fluxstone. They'll add the ability to play as other races. I would like to just point at adventure mode and be like, you already can. Just make an adventurer and then go yell at a bunch of other people that aren't dwarves and then walk them to your fort. Why are you visiting? Excuse me. Cat girl of the synthetic variety. You'd like a beardless dwarf. Got it. Everybody's injured. Don't worry too much about it. Synthetic cat girl is married to Belle Nobles, and she has an incredibly calm demeanor after being caught in a snowstorm once. She changes her mind. She easily changes her mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. She always is in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. And she, after giving birth to a girl in 2-6 nice, and is stingy with resources and on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. And she is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and lives at a high energy and kinetic pace. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she enjoys the company of others. She is often cheerful, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She repeatedly snaps her fingers when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I don't know. Ask Synthetic Cat Girl in the chat. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And I already got the snaps fingers part. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally is disgusted by tradition. And would flout any encounters if given a chance, and believes that it is little is better in life than a good party. Wow. Okay. Huh. and values a harmonious existence. Fucking hates tradition, loves a good party. This just reads like standard scene queen. Anyway, likes chalk, lay pewter, sardonyx, lychee wood, giant snowy owl tooth, and amber. Giant Cody bone, high boots, backpacks, and toy hammers. Pigs for their snorts and the words of the fatal death, and when possible prefers to consume glass eye, carrot wine, and muskmelons, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And you were previously in the Pineapple of Sponges, and you're married and have 2 kids. It's possibly the most popular poem in this faction. So, in regards to the fatal death. Cavern has collapsed. Uh-oh. Well. Rock mine enough is going wee splat and just got hit in the head with a rock. Meanwhile, that good doesn't seem to care. Can't see McSpuds doesn't care. Godin's a little dizzy, but fine. Hang in there, old Rocky. Oh, also, Rock Mine Enough is married to Nomald. I think Nomald's dead? Think. Who lost a limb? Oh, that was Dord Farquaad. Lost it to a Etten a little while ago. It's been there for a bit. I don't really have anywhere to put it. I'm almost done with this structure, so just trying to finish it up. Although, actually opening this would probably be better for everybody, now that I think about it. Less walking. There we go. And talk some fatal death with my homies. I mean, who doesn't want to get drunk and talk some fatal death with their homies? That just seems like talking about, like, the year 2026. Honestly, pretty standard. Rock mechanisms. I want to keep using malachite because it looks so pretty. Even though it's not the most practical. Current year, indeed. Sounds like 2020 as well. Yeah. Right amount of alcohol for 2020. This is a cat, yep. Falls in love with everybody. You want me to save the game? Sure. I am building a machine for it, so I'm automating pointless things and messing around with pumps and stuff. Basically, I'm killing time until the next patch drops. But the kind of idea for this fort is I'm just building a machine fort. Probably going to go to war with things. Try and fight with water. Maybe build minecart cannons. I've got a lot of height on this map. dwarves are continuing to do the stuff. Then I just got to do this up top corner. And then down beneath here. Does redeeming the stream points actually do anything? Well, I mean, if you redeem the name something, you can name something. You should know this because you've done that. And the save thing makes me save it. Does that not count as doing something? So, like, by the literal definition of something, then yes. That's all I got, really. Have I ever seen one? Yep, I've been attacked by armies of blizzard men before. They only live in evil glaciers. And they tend to populate alongside of goblins in evil glaciers. Oh, if it gives me money? No. Well, maybe. Because literally all that Twitch channel points do is it tells Twitch that you're active so that they can charge advertisers more. So maybe it gives me more ad revenue, but I don't know. Not really. No, it's literally just a way to maintain activity and then have little interactions that are entertaining. And if you think they're entertaining, then they're entertaining. Otherwise, no. Not really. I'm sure it does something on like a data level for Twitch, but... let's actually just keep that. Then I would ignore it because there's absolutely no rules that matter anyway. Or I'd do a quick save and then still go back to the save that I was intending to go to. I don't generally reload saves unless I'm trying to do something very specific at the beginning of a fort, in which case I would probably just ignore it, to be honest. Although I do genuinely think that save scumming, quote unquote, is a bit of a misnomer in games like Dwarf Fortress. It's only really relevant if you're like worried about like a high score leaderboard or something. Otherwise, it's just kind of moot. Still trying to figure out what's taking them so long to get that done. I'm just going to not worry about it. I mean, so the term save scum exists because of games like Doom having a leaderboard at the end. So if you do a bunch of save scumming and then post a score, it wasn't considered a legitimate score. That's where that term comes from. So in a game where you're only cheating yourself, I don't really consider it to be scummy to save. It's just trying again. That's all. So there is nothing. That's why I say it's moot in a game like Dwarf Fortress, because there's nothing really scummy about saving. Just to rewind? Sure. Lizard men are also a thing, Clem, but blizzard men is what people were saying and talking about. Which are the things that only exist on evil glaciers. Why are you lost in despair, baby? Synthetic cat girl doesn't feel anything when being caught in freakish weather, but her baby doesn't really like it very much. All right, so all the way around the edge here. Connected. Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of the point of shiny hunting, right? Like, it's a required thing to shiny hunt. But I don't know. The only time it's, like, scummy, I guess, or would be a problem is if I was doing a run where I wasn't allowed to reload, which I've done. My water fort video, the whole gimmick of that fort was I wasn't allowed to quick save and I wasn't allowed to pause. Like, nothing. I tried to enable it. Like, I turned off basically every alert that could pause the game. So the idea was that, like, I had to automate combat, but, like, it was actually pretty doable. I've also done those, like, the following One Dwarf for 10 years videos, which are kind of that, I guess. Sort of. Maybe, not really. You could play the entire game for every restart for a shiny. I mean, that would be somebody's life work, I would say. All right. A Snatcher. Children must be protect. Where's Snatcher? There's Snatcher. Uh-oh. They're a child. Luckily, Snatcher already injured. Well, Snatcher really dumb. Snatcher going directly into the fort. I mean, there's a child back there. But instead it decides to turn into a pincushion. Well, thanks for the free training, Snatcher. Rest in peace, Oxmo. That the irony, the child is the one throwing out the body. Ah! Oh, the irony to that is something. And I'm sure the body won't last too long here. It'll go away pretty quick. Also, notice how a bunch of clothing is going in there? All the really damaged clothing just gets disposed of automatically. It's pretty great. It's bland. And thunk. Also, Forgotten Beast has arrived. This one's named Gozru. It is a great scaly tarantula. It has an enormous shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its prus scales are oval-shaped and far apart. Beware its poison nibblers. And, I don't think it can get into the fort. No. No, it can't. Sucks to be you, beast. Nah. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that beast. But I can finish the thing that I was doing. God damn it. Open up the wrong screen. All right. That should be good. And we just wait for Kiddo here, Rolf, and Lone Doll get inside so I can close this bridge. Oh, must be fall. The leaves are falling. And now we are going to pull this lever. Once the bridge falls, closes. I think I forgot to trade. I was too busy. So now, if you guys want to see something collapse, you might want to look up. We're about to cave this in. It can take multiple bridge smacks to kill some enemies. That's not true. It either kills them or it doesn't. Maybe if it throws them. But if a bridge lands on something, it gets unexisted. Unless it's too big for the bridge to fall on it, like most Forgotten Beasts. Whoosh. Good stuff. And now, I can cover this off, build a proper front door. You like the idea of bridges throwing things? Not carrying things? I think what bridges are supposed to do. I'm trying to decide how I actually want to do this. Because I can either go up one level and cover this, which would take a long time. Or I could go down one level and dig out this level. And then have a different entryway going in from like over here across like some sort of bridge. Be like further here or something. And then use that as a method of flooding out bads. I don't think I've ever seen that, so my knee-jerk response is that got patched out because I don't actually think I've ever seen that. Right, girl? I mean, that would be the very dwarfy way to do it, right? Dig out all the things? In the middle of a dwarf-made lake? Oh. Alright, you guys can watch this digging. I will be right back. As an ad... actually, the ad just ran. Damn it. Time this poorly. And either way, I need to go take... I will be right back. Don't go anywhere fast unless you really want to, BRB. Also, additional dough folding. If I was in The Simpsons, it would be dough folding. Also, how are you doing, Letterman? How's things? Yeah, no, I've got water. I finished my coffee, unfortunately. Blizzard men are kind of like goblins. They're kind of hard to get. Like, I've never seen a neutral one. I've only ever seen them as part of goblin armies. You once tried to minecart shotgun lava and water at enemies from opposite directions and encased them in obsidian. I suck so that it didn't. Well, you can't do the cool thing unless you try, right? Also move this soap maker's industry. Also, this can just go away up here. I know exists, but I've never experienced. Something that's in this game that I know exists that I've never experienced. I've never seen a sea monster. That's maybe the only one I really got. Is having never seen a sea monster. That's probably the only thing that I can really think of. Beside the sea, and you also need to get exceptionally lucky. And it also needs to be a evil map, I think? Like I said, I've never seen one. I'm trying to think of other things. That's the only one that really comes to mind. Song goes hard. Oh, I agree. Oh, I agree. It's pretty A+. Bigfoot? Oh no, Sasquatch are super common. In Dwarf Fortress anyway. And in real life, I mean, come on, I grew up in Canada. Bigfoot are everywhere. Like, people going on about how they're also rare and strange. It's all like, have you never been to Sasquatch, BC? I mean, come on. Winter Song. This is Cannibal is the name of this song. Steam controller just arrived. It smells so nice. Now to make a DF layout. I wonder if somebody's already made one, actually. But I also would wonder if the Steam Deck ones would just work. You live in Prairie Lily, Saskatchewan. I don't go to Sasquatch, BC. You're not missing much. As somebody from British Columbia, don't go to Sasquatch, BC. Sasquatch is just an I am like, okay, jokes aside, Sasquatch are just a misidentified bear. And I will honestly say that about a lot of cryptids. But where's the fun in that? True. Having seen bears walking towards you on their hind legs in the dark, Krampus, they look like they have hands. Like, growing up around bears and seeing a lot of bears, they look like they have hands. This fortress looks cool. It rains this sludge stuff that makes you bleed. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, no, absolutely. They're very happy to trade those hands, Baystorm. Of them being specifically a sun bear is dumb to you, though? Not totally sure what a sun bear is. There's a pretty good, like... If Sasquatch BC is where I remember it being, I think it's where I remember it being. It's also got some pretty good skiing around it. But yeah, no, it's literally a tourist truck stop as far as Sasquatch BC. Like it's a place that you stop when you're on your way somewhere more interesting. You're about 10 hours into your first fortress and getting bored of it. Nothing happens. You're just waiting. Go start something. Dwarf Fortress is often a game where if you want things to happen, you need to initiate. Because unless you are like literally right on top of something, which the tutorial tries not to do, you're not going to get attacked by too much if it worked correctly. Because it's trying to put you somewhere pretty calm and far away from things. Basically, like, the tutorial just tries to intelligently, not always, find a place with not that much scary shit on it. So it's going to try and find you a location that is far enough away from most things that will absolutely fucking murder you. And that's it. So if you're about 10 hours into a fort and you're like, this could be more interesting, yeah, maybe it's time to start a new fort. Or alternatively, start attacking shit. Does it check for aquifer? You know, I'll be honest, I don't know. I would assume it doesn't because light aquifers are easy. Like, that are not a challenge at all, and you should probably learn how to dig through them. But I'll be honest, I don't know because I've never finished the tutorial. It shouldn't check for aquifers. Aquifers should just be permitted. But that's, you know. For the tutorial, yeah. It should let you play on an aquifer. It also, like, sometimes drops people directly on top of, like, a necromancer tower. So, you know, I say it should, but there's also, like, plenty of screenshots on Reddit of people who started the tutorial and were placed on a dragon. Are we on the tutorial map now? I mean, I'm still trying to finish it, okay? I've been playing the tutorial map since the game released on Steam, and I haven't finished it yet. Would it also help to say that I also haven't started it since pre-release? One of my favorite things with the tutorial is there's a little pop-up or whatever in the tutorial where it tells you that you can turn the graphics on and off, I think. And obviously you can't do that if you're playing the free version. And so if you played the tutorial on the free version for a hot minute there, like you couldn't actually complete it because it'd be like, turn the graphics on and off. And then you'd go click the button and nothing would happen and it'll be like, turn the graphics on and off. It's really fun. Like you'd have to go make a tile set and install it and then turn it on and off to actually make it work. Dwarf Fortress was accidentally gentrified for a minute there. And just like in real life, it, like, you know, was fixed with a bug report, right? Society not functioning as intended. Please fix. It's gaslighting you, yeah, kinda. I am just going to keep stating that everybody should learn how to use an aquifer because it's a good idea. We got crossbows. Which one do you want? There's two. There's lore or Dusum. They will absolutely break it. Give them 3 years. If you're very close to them and they attacked you first, they'll probably make war with you again. So Fidos. But if you're far away from them and you attack them initially and they didn't attack you initially, then, like, they'll, you know, making peace, they probably won't bother attacking you again because you're too far away. Do some or lose some, you know what I'm saying? Hi, Lot. Winter Bodice. Would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation. And this is why you are a crossbow dwarf. And he works to square his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and isn't particularly curious about the world. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He enjoys the company of others. He tries to do things correctly each time. He does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, and is troubled by this because he values romance. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He often feels discouraged and tends to think before acting. He is quick to form negative views about things, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and is grateful when others help him out. And he tries to return favors. He exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of falling in love. Aw, and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. And thinks romance is very important in life, sees power over others as something to strive for. And disdains loyalty and sees introspection as important. That's an interesting dwarf. Likes native silver, nickel, and rubicel, as well as coral and giant axe blades. Rears cause for their mischief, in the words of the Page of Crystal, and the sight of the loot of poets, and when possible prefers to consume guava wine, donkey's milk, and absolutely hates spouters. And you have a pet goose. Also, you worship the god of wealth and misery? Good luck. Wealth and misery? I feel like that's more the result of capitalism. In my opinion, but... basically a god of greed. Sure. Yeah, more or less. Honestly, would check out. So this is a way in, but I'm basically going to cut out this chunk of cliff and maybe this side of cliff as well, so that I can position my Marks Dwarves and probably bolt throwers along here. And then this is going to be a giant fucking water cannon. So just go gush that way. This is all full of water. We're going to need to test that, which will hopefully just insta-flood this whole fucking thing. I mean, the rain does cause bleeding, so I kind of have to keep them inside, at least for the time being. Like, they're pretty tough already, but... What are the green tiles? Puke. Unless you mean these ones. These are malachite, which is not puke. Now I go hunt evil gnomes. They're pretty easy to hunt. Just have alcohol and they will appear. Also, if somebody wants, they can explain how gnome blight works, because I always forget and have to check the wiki. But gnome blight is a thing that gnomes can make, which is actually quite interesting. And only gnomes, it is a poison specifically for them? Yep. Gnomes are very strange critters. Are very strange critters, I guess, is the thing to say. It's made by a herbalist at a still with cobalt bulbs. Yep. And then if gnomes drink it, they die. But dwarves don't drink it? I don't think. You just need to read the nomenclature. Ah. Right. But I only know a Norman, so what if I just read the nomenclature? See, unlike gnomes, I've actually met a Norman before. I'm real happy with how this water's looking. Wonder how my little swimmers are doing. Novice swimmer, you love to see it. What? Hey, novice swimmer. Good, good, good. Not the Necronomicon. The Necronomicon. Chat, we're too deep into this joke. I don't know. I don't know where to go from here. You know, actually, this back wall here. It's gonna mostly get rid of. This is all going to be replaced with fortifications. And so when I gusher all this through, all of this will be fortified. And then down in here, I could put spikes. So anything that gets washed through could get stabbed with spiked. That's something I haven't done in a really long time, actually. Anything with retracting spikes. That's something I could automate. We could make automated spikes. It's absolutely something we could do. Alcohol was looking a little sparse for a bit there, but now it's looking better. Problem is this is gonna get all gooey and icky and gross and dirty and then never be clean again. That's the true issue here. Gotta do a beer run, be right back. I'm sorry to be a terrible influence. Please drink responsibly. Quick question. How would one build a roof on that long hallway you built outside? You put a floor on top of it. Same way I built a roof on this. Built a floor on top of it. I'm not worried. Just saying, please drink responsibly. I mean, I'm never gonna say, like, you know, go drink irresponsibly and fall off of a bridge. I don't know. I'm trying to just be, like, not a good influence. That's certainly not true. Play Dwarf Fortress. Ain't nothing good's ever come of that. I mean, heck, I'm telling my dwarves to jump into a minecart that goes underwater. The water itself doesn't, but colliding with stuff does. I've seen goblins die due to smacking into walls before. Although, oddly enough, the amount of damage that they take isn't dependent on, like, how fast they hit the wall. It's the type of wall that they hit once they hit maximum velocity. Like, the density of the wall is what dictates the damage that it does. It's a power swimming tool. What this is. And each time they do this, they get, like, a dozen or so XP in swimming. See? Dabbling swimmer. I've got a few novices. A few competent. Seen. How many mechanisms do I has? Only one. Rock mechanisms. 10 will do. The waterboarding coaster? Hey, it's self-inflicted, so it's not torture. They're into it. Could also put drawbridges into this. But baddies would just break them. It'd actually make it kind of a pain. That is hilarious. It trains swimming. It's very practical. I swear, it's literally just... It's not a crime in the slightest. It's just dwarves need to learn how to swim, and they're not very enthusiastic about it. So, forcing them to learn how to swim by making a thing that automates the process is much more ethical in dwarven culture. It's dwarf swimming school. There's nothing wrong with that. Like telling a rock that you're going to teach it how to swim. Now I'm going to huck you in the pool. Not ethically. In fort mode, I don't know how you would do that. I'm sure somebody's figured it out, but because you'd need them to climb, because climbing up rough material doesn't train climbing. Climbing up smooth material trains. Got a shallow, lazy river flowing through your current fort to train them up. I think if it's 4 deep, then they get training. I don't think it counts if it's anything higher than that. Although I could be wrong. I'm going to expand this because we need more power. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. Been too focused. Bounces between 2 and 4 seems to be working. Oh, that would do it, yeah. But the problem is that 4, they don't path through it, right? So you do need to be cautious. Dumping them in a hole? Yeah, but they might just not climb out. It's one of those things that feels like it should just be really straightforward, but I feel like is never going to be straightforward. I actually just want to let them collect these rocks for a bit. So we're just going to clear out all these boulders. And underneath this, and just let them work on this. Also get rid of that, because don't need that. But no, I feel like most of the time if you drop a dwarf into a hole, they'll just sit there forever. Some will climb out, but plenty won't. So what do you think of this fort so far, chat? Is it an impressive enough contraption fort thus far? And if not, what contraption should I build? I should make a water begone device. I think I know how to do that. You know what? I'm going to put these walls back. Because I want to try something. I'm just real curious about something, actually. I'm also going to need to build a drawbridge. So I want to try and make a water be gone device. If you don't know what a water be gone device is, it's a device what make water be gone. Also, that's Casserite. That's neat. Unless you want to make the Looney Tunes cartoon pitfalls that dunk them into water. Right. I mean, or like either like sealing your military into a room and then filling the room up with water is the classic way to teach your dwarves to swim. So something that I want to try. Is I want to make a singular iron minecart. I'm going to put it onto a track stop right here. That is set to dump to the right. I'm curious if this works. Still. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to let water into this little strip here. And if it works, as I imagine it would, it should unexist the water by dumping it into oblivion. It's less for them trying to swim and more the speed that they can move at. Basically, like, a dwarf with, like, a full load of armor on isn't going to be able to go anywhere fast. So it's not that they won't be able to swim or will be able to swim, it's just they won't be able to swim quickly. But I don't think it actually changes, like, their ability to swim. Dwarves just don't swim and sink like a brick. Also, if it's more than 2 Z levels deep, I think they'll just drown even if they're a legendary swimmer. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Well, that sucks. That always will startle me. It's like, oh no, I got a dwarf drowning. Oh, it's fine. Taking forever to make malachite mechanisms. Also, this dwarf's trying to climb right now. This is what I mean by, like, sometimes you just can't fix stupid. He'll climb out eventually, maybe, or he won't. Basically, like, dwarves are not supposed to swim, and, like, it's kind of like literally teaching a lead brick how to swim. Like, sometimes you can do it, but good luck. A lot of times them falling into water from up high just makes them stun. True, yeah, that also happens. Like, if they fall into water from, like, more than a Z level and they get stunned for a few seconds, they will die before they come out of the stun. Even if they know how to swim as well. Like, it's one of those things where realistically, it's not worth doing. I'm only doing it because I'm doing shenanigans with water from my front door. Ballista bolts? Because you need to designate siege ammo. That's why. And if you are designating ballista arrows, they're siege ammo, not arrowheads. They're in a stockpile. Are they intentionally helpless in the water, or do they just so happen to be so? They are intentionally helpless in water. They do not have any swimming skills, and if the water is more than 2 Z levels deep, even if they are a legendary swimmer, they will still just die. Like, that's the thing that you need to remember, is, like, it is not... really meant for them to be able to do anything of like value with it. Like, of all of the things that you should literally never worry about in Dwarf Fortress, unless you are an extremely experienced player who's bored, which is for a lot of things, just don't ever bother with teaching your dwarves to swim. Like, there really isn't any benefit. They're more like a pro underwater skipper. All right, let's see if this dumb idea works. Who's ready to find out? Yeah, and then it's still not worth it because dwarves will probably still drown in a lot of cases. Unless it's only 1Z level deep. Okay, so first one done. Then I can go down here. This might be a way to catch harp, potentially. All right, now we wait. What does the minecart do down there? Either nothing or it'll unexist the water. We'll find out. Nothing. Because it should be dumping the water out. But I guess... I guess not. That's the water drains. Oh no, it is draining the water. Look at this. Looks like it. We go down to 4. Maybe not. Because it stops filling at 5. Well, that's curious. The question is... The big question is... Is this now a source of power? Do I need several more minecarts to make it faster? I don't know. That's a good question. More science must be done. Just went from 19 to 55 dwarves, says Land on Heron YouTube chat. Are they intentionally that helpless in the water, or do they... No, I see. That sounds like a real big migrant wave, by the way. Just pro tip, the bigger the trades that you do with your home faction, the bigger the migrant waves will be. The smaller the trades you do with the home faction, the smaller they'll be. Speaking of, go and actually assign a messenger real quick. I'm going to give to Merc the Miner. I'm going to send my dwarves to Drunken Frost. Oh, can I not improve my own trade? It's not. Go make contact with my own dwarves. And I'm gonna just open this up. Right here. You haven't seen the messenger thing yet? Literally, it's just assign a messenger and go to the overworld and click on something. You just get this menu. Pretty straightforward. I want to know if this is considered moving. Because it looks like it is. I feel like rats are already playing Dwarf Fortress in real life, so I don't think we need to teach them. You've got a fortress full of necromancers? Sounds fun. Sounds like you've been stealing some books, haven't you? Dwarves have discovered some knowledge. Cool. So you know what that is? Or actually here, you know what this is not? That is not, in fact, moving water. So that's exciting. I've got infinite power because there's a minecart in it. Let's widen it up. This is something that I've been told works, but I've never actually tried it myself. I have a feeling I'm going to need to let more water in, but... Bearded surly dwarf. Okay. Bearded dwarf that isn't exactly in the happy department. I'll see what I can do. That is definitely outside of the burrow. Correct. You get Cog the Miner. Bah! Glad Alex is glad to not be in an attic and is freely shares details of his life, is a friendly individual, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and often feels discouraged. Is quick to anger, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting and values sacrifice. Does not really value skills related to fighting and dreams of creating a great work of art. I like this dwarf. He likes fine pewter, jasper, and opal, and stingray leather, linen paper, shields, and bags, and giant grizzly bears for their strength and the sound of the tulip of rhyming, and when possible prefers to consume giant slug, single grain wheat beer, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. You have no friends. As per usual, I'm sorry that you have no friends. One of these days, You're gonna have to make a fort on Goblin Australia and see if you can take it over. So Goblin Australia is is an effect that I don't really have in this world because this world doesn't have any islands, at least not major ones. But Goblin Australia is an area like this. Actually, no, I do have a Goblin Australia. Although it's a is it a Goblin? No, it literally is Goblin Australia mostly, because most of the elves are dead. A Goblin Australia is a tiny area that's separated from the rest of the world that is mostly populated by goblins. Because it happens kind of a lot. There will just be like a random island somewhere that like nobody can access, but is just fucking full of goblins, and this is a Goblin Australia. You don't, Goran? Maybe you jump on it? They like giant slugs and unrelated also beer. I don't think they're making beer out of giant slugs. So I have a feeling I just need this sucker to fill up and this will work. But we'll have to test it. I just want to fill these edges up with constructed walls so that they look prettier, because I'm really vain like that. You get a little dwarven valley with a haunted sea one time. Oh, that's adorable. How good are retired forts in defending against invaders and sieges? It's purely a numbers game. So like Monsters Mash has 1,000 dwarves in it, meaning it would be pretty hard for goblins to take over that. So it's purely populations and the activity and threat levels of the goblins in the region. I've beaten the shit out of the goblins in the region, so they're not super threatening. But it entirely depends on the threat level of the goblins in the region. Although, if you retire a fortress and it gets taken over by goblins after the fact, like occupied, and then you're able to take over that fortress again in fort mode from a different fortress, and then you reclaim that fortress, it'll probably have a whole bunch of goblins in it that are neutral and, like, you can play as them. Which is pretty awesome. Let's just get all this crap out of here. Can a dwarf in this fortress earn his own giant swimming pool? I'll make you a promise. If a dwarf becomes a legendary swimmer, I will make a public swimming pool in this fort. All right, sweet. So all that's done. So now I'm just going to go back into here for one final clearing session to get rid of the last of those. Should be pretty quick. We're going to find out if one minecart's enough or if I need more. So you're linked to there. Give it a yank. I mean, is there a designed specified mechanic for that? Not really. Definitely not, Ken. Is that a thing that could happen? Sure, it could happen to male or female dwarves. But yeah, I not really in the way that you're so bluntly stating it. Okay, so the water disappears right there. Now I just need to close the drawbridge. It's working right now. Yep, that's what's happening. I'm seeing if it'll power all 4 of these with just 1 minecart. It's currently only generating 1 unit of power, even though there's 4. So it's only powering 1 water wheel. Okay, so I will need 4 minecarts. I think, like, if your question was, like, can a dwarf have multiple lovers, then my knee-jerk response would just be literally yes. But because you're, like, a hoe phase, I don't... Not trying to, like, discount this game in any way, but I don't think any of the developers of this game have ever uttered those words out loud. In that order. Oh, wait. No, never mind. So yeah, I just need 4 minecarts right there. Thumping towards the wall. So I don't think that's the way that I would describe it, but I guess if you're a little bit less shitty about how you ask about a mechanic, then I could give you a better answer. I have no idea. I don't watch anime. Cheers, Steel Shadows in YouTube chat. I've inspired you to retry Dwarf Fortress. I mean, it sometimes takes many retries. We'll see you later, Virtue Virus. Be on tomorrow. Crass cat question gets response. Yep. I don't know. I like to talk about the one dwarf that was in Long Death. It was named after Bastet from chat, who was the leader of my military and was married, and then was lovers with literally every other member of my military. Didn't matter who they were. And then none of the other members of my military would have kids or get married with other dwarves because they were all in a relationship with that one dwarf. And then when she died, like, they all went and got married spontaneously, which was kind of hysterical. Like, stuff like that can happen. I had a dwarf that was married to another dwarf, and the dwarf that that dwarf was married to was the mayor. And then the mayor committed a crime and got beaten to death because the queen convicted the mayor of the crime. And then the dwarf's spouse immediately got married, like, to the dwarf who beat her husband to death, which was interesting. Although they were already friends beforehand, so stuff like that, I guess. You're not offending me. It's just it's just a fucked up way to ask the question. That's all. You need to realize that, like, the vast majority of, like, Dwarf Fortress storytelling is derived from assumptions that mechanics work in a way. Like, Dwarf Fortress is essentially Mad Libs. So you could look at adultery and be like, well, that's the way this mechanic works. It's adultery. But you could also look at it and be like, well, this is because this person is now single, or you could say this is because this person's husband sucked. But the game is never going to be that specific. Like, the game adding adultery is literally just dwarves can have lovers that are not their spouse. And so if you have a dwarf that shows up at your fort that has a lover that's in your fort but not their spouse, then that would assumingly be adultery. Or their spouse died. But that could also be interpreted as, like, a healthy relationship where, like, husband and or wife decided that we're going to live apart now, and you're going to go live with this spouse, but I'm keeping the kids. It could be whatever, you know? But no, you didn't offend. I just think you're shitty for asking the question that way. That's all. Yeah, and I was real fucking annoyed about it. Lana Spears? Or Lorena Spears in YouTube chat? I was real fucking annoyed with it. Especially because, like, half of the military in that fort was, like, annoyed that they didn't have family. I was like, go fucking make one then, you shits! Rumble. But no, this is a game about vague concepts. It's not going to ever be like, this person's a slut! Also, to my dear neighbors who live next door to me, I apologize if you hear what I'm saying right now. I hear you sneeze sometimes, so I sometimes think maybe you can hear me. And honestly, I'm kind of thankful for that, because Dwarf Fortress is a pleasant game made by adults and not a frat party. Tanner89, thanks for the prime. Appreciate ya. Chat, can get a round of beers for Tanner AG and not Ken. Definitely not. There we go. Easy peasy. Oh, hi, Mark. Not really, Clem. Your average dwarf has one drink every 3 weeks in-game. I feel like that would get you kicked out of most frats. Not that I know much about frats. But if I'm going to make an assumption, I feel like that would get you booted. Just a guess. I was gonna say, except for maybe liver issues and probably an STD or two. Veteran. I almost said SCP, but no, it's because they practice the keep drinking in the morning when you're hungover theory of drinking. I don't know why I led around, but my brain auto-completed that sentence too. I wouldn't touch a frat boy with a 10-foot hoe, and I was like, whoa! Holy shit! Okay. That's one way to put it. According to your chat, you're an SCP? What makes you say that? Keeps works. Did they write you an SCP that got accepted? Because that would actually be pretty dope, actually. I would be kind of flattered if somebody wrote an SCP about me that got accepted. Yeah, but you could spell it like a garden hoe. Like, that's a real long hoe, but I'm sure someone's made a hoe that big. It's got to exist. Oh. I just screwed this up. I could actually put another one in. Okay, let's get this powered on again. Oh, you wish you had a green shirt on one night and you appeared as a floating head. Yeah, okay, I getcha. So me except like Mr. Incredible from that one meme? Although actually, here's one thing that I'll concede in. Dwarves are like a frat party in one way. The average like alcohol content of a dwarven drink is about 40 to 50% booze. Yo! In the early spring of 274, the North Guilds made contact with the Bolt of Contests at Monster Mash. The dwarf, Mark, Rugs Summer of the North Guilds met with the dwarf Sazir, Way Paddle, the general of the Bolt of Contests, to make contact and open trade. Mark began to argue persuasively. Sazir Way Paddle made a persuasive argument of their own, but it was ultimately swayed. Trying to imagine two dwarves persuading each other. The proposal was highly successful. Thanks for the 10-foot bit. Thanks for the $10. Appreciate you. They have the persuasivenesses. Okay, so now that that's powered up. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the $10 in Bitterinos? Appreciate you. For helping keep the channel funded. That's now 400 power. Just doubling up the power of this sucker. Except it's not anywhere dangerous. And to those of you who haven't seen this yet, this is my nonsense machine. That's not really nonsense. This is my ridiculously over-engineered fish delivery device. Which maybe I'll expand once. You know. What skills complement a planter? Herbalist. Mostly herbalist. Probably the only one that really comes to mind. Herbalist, brewer. The fish must, more like the fish must foam. ROFDD? What's an ROFDD? Ridiculously over-engineer fish delivery device? Sure, yeah, okay. No, it'll be fine. It goes really slowly at the end bit. Don't worry about it. Because the kids do the majority of the fish delivery. There it goes. Doobie 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 doo. Doo doobie doo. Come on, dwarvies. Waiting for somebody to go give it a kick. Nyum. Mop. Kerplunk. And there you go. The fish is delivered. I think it's pretty efficient, if you ask me. I mean, the way that I could actually expand it is by making it drop the fish over here somewhere, but I don't know. It's pretty quick to just collect all of this because I've got so much fish just sitting right there. Not like it's ever going to go bad or anything. This fort is very efficient indeed. Because of fish, it isn't. All of this is getting managed. This is probably not great for frame rate. If I had to bet. I'm also going to go over to this. I'm just going to run power this way. Run along that. I'm just going to move this over here entirely because why not? Let's just forbid the fish delivery device for a wee bit. Deconstruct these suckers. Throw the limestone in. Over the wall piece. Run the malachite, because why not? Fish can't go bad. No, they can't. They don't even need to be refrigerated. Okay, so now that's all done. I'm gonna go over here, deconstruct all these. You've been catching all the wildlife you can and setting up gladiatorial combats for your room military training on. How are you delivering the animals? Are you doing like a trap deconstruction thing, or are you doing it like a what's the word I'm looking for here? Or are you doing it with like a pit pond zone and dropping them? Uh-oh. How's your swimming skill there, Synth Dad? Probably pretty good, actually, and probably about to get a lot better. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And that's swimming around. This might be the first dwarf to hit legendary swimmer. Manually setting the caged animals down and hooking the caged up to levers. Crude, but works. If you just go like a few layers above and just make a pit pond zone, you can just like pit pond any animal in like directly through a trapdoor or something. It's just a bit more efficient in my opinion. Oh, the dwarf was able to get out, so that's good. That's 800 power. And then over here, I'm gonna put a stripe through the middle here. And around the edges, put in floor grates. Not bad. Why'd you have a look at that? I think it looks pretty cool. I think that looks pretty awesome. Hopefully it doesn't cave in and nobody drowns, but I think it looks pretty awesome. About that, is it safe to build a prisoner cage next to that pit pond and let dwarves haul them? If there's a combat dwarf who's enthusiastic, probably not. So like if there's a combat dwarf that's like, oh look, somebody I can murder, then it's probably not a good idea to build it like that. If there isn't a dwarf like that, then you're probably fine. This is also not actually the most convenient dwarf like way to do this, but well. Make it better later. Just don't want anything to fall in the water here. I'll get all of this powered up again. Suxel the miner's been taken by a Fey mood. Good to know. Uh-oh. Huh. It has been missing for a week, eh? I wonder how that happened. I'm very curious. Is it in my well? No. Uh-oh. Oh, no! Well. Well, I mean, we all knew it was going to happen eventually, right, chat? I forgot to forbid this minecart. I should just queue up a slab. The important question is, do I get the body out? Or does it become a fully automated swimming machine that doubles as a scarring device? Keep hands and arms and feet and legs inside at all times. Do not ride if powered down is what I should have actually written on the sign. $1,000 power now. How come I had enough and now I don't? It's really perplexing. Because of the water? Sure. Yes, because of the water, definitely. I'll put the gravestone in front of the machine as a warning. Dwarf wants to practice a craft, but you're a fisher dwarf though. I'll take you off of fishing. Go practice a craft or something. Okay, now I'm even more confused. How come suddenly there's water again? Okay. Don't know why water appeared and then disappeared. And kerplunk. So this should make a considerable amount of power. This is all powered on. Excellent. Which means the dwarf should just come and kick this. Pretty soon, I would think. Id! The miner has been found dead. Drowned. Really? Wild. Doesn't feel anything after seeing Id die. Well, maybe this can be a double duty task then. We'll just place memorials for those who didn't make it. And don't worry about it, Steve. He did in fact say duty. It'll teach them to swim, okay? That's their job, you know? Like, this is what happens to those who make mistakes. Now, people have asked a couple times so far in this fort, is this fortress evil? Well, it depends on what envisions, or on what makes you envision the concept of evil. Does seeing the dead body of a dwarf constantly seem evil? Well, then, yeah, we're evil. Are we preparing them for what is to come? Is that evil? Are we really that bad? Learning by example. Exactly! That is very important instructions when learning to swim. It's incentive to not drown. Capitalism? Nobody's getting paid. This isn't capitalism. This is more prison. But this should just get yeeted pretty soon, I would think. No, someone in YouTube chat just said unfettered capitalism. Like, I think it's less of unfettered capitalism and more like no restrictions or guidelines. You know? It's like not enough dwarven rights. Less capitalism, more just like public safety. On one hand, they transform into a bloodthirsty child. Like I read that as a bloodthirsty child. On one hand, they transform into a bloodthirsty beast. On the other hand, they are a child. Well, if you position a bunch of mark stores in front of it or a bolt thrower or something, they will just turn it into a pincushion when it becomes a bloodthirsty beast. And then it'll die as a bloodthirsty beast, so you don't need to feel as bad. Would that make you feel better? Give it a kick. Land it! pretty crappy patch. I demand that the developers fix this issue. Artemis Fowl II. Although you would know, you would definitely know the inherent issues of capitalism as a... Is Artemis Fowl canonically a billionaire or a millionaire? See? It's fine. Children are just training dodging. I'm not actually joking, they are. That's just kind of funny. And then I should probably set this so that it doesn't do that constantly. Should I just have like a slow-moving minecart that just does laps around my fort purely for the purpose of training dodging? Because I could. Yes. Pilot. Not really a danger room. Because a danger room is, like, intended to train the military. This would just be intended to train nothing but dodging. Because danger rooms are a more all-encompassing thing. This would just be a really slow-moving minecart that probably wouldn't do much of value. And also wouldn't be that hard to set up. So why don't we do that? The tavern is going to have a very slow-moving minecart in it soon. We're going to call it the kitty train. In fact, I'm going to tell dwarves to ride in it. It'll be a good time. I think in order for it to kill somebody, they would literally have to fall asleep on it. I'm building a grave for the wrong id. I don't think so. There's only one id that died that's been found dead, and their last name is Stackgood. No, I'm doing the right one. But I'm not sure what you're talking about. Hi, Gel. Use platinum? I don't have platinum. Otherwise I would. I can make it steel or copper. Can we have another dragon hold? Probably not in this world. I just did that. If you want that save file, you can build your own. I did kind of spend 2 months of real time streaming that fort, so I'm pretty tired of the whole concept, to be honest with you. So no, I'm not going to do another one of those anytime soon, but probably eventually. Give me a year or so, and I'll get tempted. Hey, we made you a grave, but I'm dead. I mean, you're not nearly dead enough. A dino fort? That'll probably happen soon. Different last name? I mean, so, hold up. Hold up. I need whoever's going to jump into this. I wonder... Seeing id... Oh, Machine Trust. It's just because it's the translation of their name. That's all. See, id machine trusts dwarf blood. So, yeah, no, that is correct. I was wondering, like, maybe they're lying about their name or whatever. Okay, now this is gross. This, I need to give the dwarves a break. We need to wait for the body to rot before they go back in there. Well, maybe not that kind of crazy. Potentially different kind of crazy. Okay. I'm gonna stop making pretty mechanisms because it's taking too long. Make 60 out of limestone. How many more bedrooms do I need? Quite a few. While I'm waiting for those, we're gonna make bedrooms. Your broker just went on a tantrum and killed a legendary royal spear dwarf? This seems like a solvable problem. Like, something that could have been accounted for before it happened. Like, seems like the crazy one is probably Fortress Management, who allowed such a dwarf to remain in a position of stress for long enough for them to commit such a heinous crime. Although I once started a fort. Surprise, it was a crazy decision for me to make. Play this video game. But I started a fort once, and a dwarf who was really pissed off from a previous fort showed up as a visitor. Not even a migrant, like a visitor. And almost immediately killed my captain of the... Not my captain of the guard, my expedition leader. Just like showed up, attacked my dwarf, we killed him. My expedition leader almost died. Dwarf refused to elaborate. It was crazy. Also, we are just finishing an ad break, perfect, so I don't need to pause game. You know, if we're also getting a huge like culinary related update with the Flint with the dino update, because like there are, like chat was pointing it out earlier, there are some sprites that have been released of just like images of new food. Like if this is also a cooking update, that would be kind of dope. That would have me real excited. Like chat, if you could wish cast one other like would fit the theme but not directly dinos specifically thing into the dino patch, what would it be? Like what would you cram in? If you could be like, it's the dinosaur update, but it also adds, what would it be? Because mine is cages. Foul G, thank you very much for the 35th month. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well, dude. Dino carts. I just want to be able to tie multiple minecarts together and sort the minecart UI a little better. Because as you're going to see in this fort, the minecart UI is kind of fucked. Just in general. Pissed off dwarf, pissed off dwarf. This just gives me an approximate idea of how many more bedrooms I need to make. Isn't I do this manually? And also so I can prioritize the pissy ones. Alright. It's not the material that I wanted. Or rather, that's not the button I wanted. The material's fine. Yeah, but the UI still sucks. I want to be able to reorganize things and collapse stuff into different screens and sections. Once that's all like sorted, then it's funny. It's a UI that I never see people complain about, but it's the only one that I truly feel like desperately needs help. It's the minecart UI. I guess it's because anybody who's like sick enough to play Dwarf Fortress using a lot of minecart routes is not going to be the person to complain about the UI because they've just accepted it. We've just gaslit ourselves and being like, yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. We're used to it. Saksul Obokoram, the miner, has created Edoskamil Satan, limestone millstone. What's with all these friggin' millstones? That's like the 4th one. The hell, guys? Elfie, did you see this? This is 1200 power, and it works by minecarts moving the water to the right, which is causing flow, which is generating the infinite power. Yeah, no, precisely. Oh, hi, Mark. I also mostly just want to be able to make minecart trains. So I can have like 5 or 10 in a row. Also, if I could just like wish cast for a second and say, magic-powered minecarts that dwarves can drive quickly. We're getting magic, right? What if you could power a minecart without rollers? All I got, I don't know. Although, my automated swimming setup is a little grim now because there's a body in it. I knew it would happen eventually. I'm just waiting for it to stop smelling. And we'll set, well, actually, we can just go back to sending the dwarves through again. It's fine. I could just take the body out, but where's the fun in that? A little bit of trauma is good for personal growth. I mean, it's not necessary, but not going to hurt too much. I also haven't tested this yet, but I'm sure it would be dramatic. I cast minecart missile. Motherfucker, I don't need no wizard to do that. I can already do that, but also that would be really funny. I cast minecart jet engine. I mean, plenty of dwarves are already gay. Jake Whitehead. So it would fit right in with the theme. Now that's an attraction ride with an animatronic, except it's a real rotting corpse. So it's an animatronic. Also, it's a rotted corpse now. Thank you very much. I mean, we've had powered minecarts as long as Dwarf Fortress has existed. Dash Relect in YouTube chat. So if that's not a thing in Minecraft, I'm actually kind of shocked. Hey, Gristeth. How's things, man? How do you like my automated scarring machine? Whee! See? They see a body as they fly past it. Cloth am I sitting on? Let's just make 100 pigtail caps. Cloth cap. Make 100 of them. Then up here, let's see how much of this I can do. This is going to take a lot of mechanisms. We're working on them. It's as old as beta. I was going to say, I guess I'm just confused as to what people are saying in the YouTube chat then. I feel like that's a thing in Minecraft already. What? As you can tell, I very actively play Minecraft. Am I making a roller coaster? I'm making an attraction for the tavern. I don't know if I would call it a roller coaster. We also we're making fish biscuits. Steelhead trout biscuits. There's something about that sounds pretty great. Well, so this is also just like an aquifer, which is kind of funny. Okay, why don't I actually just nuke this? Do this way instead. So that I don't get additional extra unnecessary drainage into up here. Click and drag the game window. Let's play Dwarves quite a bit lately. Well, that's good. What you been doing in Dwarves lately? Anything super notable? Also just going to go down here and just forbid literally all of these rocks because I just don't care. I get this stuff out of here. You've done that before. Yeah, I think everybody has. If you watch a lot of a game that you also play, you've probably done that before. Feels like a pretty common side effect of watching live streams of games. Because I know I've done it. You have a forgotten beast made of flame? That's just torching everything. Any suggestions? Hit it with a single bolt. It'll probably pop like a bubble. Speaking of forgotten beasts, this is one with hunger for warm blood. It is a gigantic theropod with external ribs. It has a knobby trunk and it is ravening. Its sky blue feathers are patchy. Beware its hunger for warm, yada yada. Wear it. Oh! They say there aren't dinosaurs in Dwarf Fortress. Oh, look, it looks like it killed Gozru, the other forgotten beast. Pulpy guts. I must pulpy guts. He wants to pulpy your guts, chat. If you weren't already convinced of that thing's desire for warm blood, it wants your pulpy guts. You want the mega chicken? I mean... Okay, number one, Dwarf Fortress already has, like, the possibility for giant chickens. But if you're asking, like, what is Toadie's stance on, like, whether or not they should have feathers or not, they're gonna have feathers. Like, if you go look at any of the previews, they have feathers in all of the previews. So, like, if they've decided scientifically that they're gonna have feathers, don't worry, they will have feathers. Do not worry about that. I mean, I've been attacked by giant chickens in Dwarf Fort before, so. My favorite being the Titan that was a gigantic chicken composed with a singular eye that shot fire, and I was like, that's just a shitty dragon. The shitty dragon might be one of the most memorable creatures I ever got attacked by. Is there a clip of the shitty dragon? Probably not, because this was like 2016. No, probably 2018 actually, which was before the clip-pocalypse on Twitch, where everybody deleted all their clips when Twitch suddenly got strict about music, because record labels noticed that Twitch exists. So no, I do not have a clip of it. There might be a VOD, but I couldn't tell you what it would be called. Actually, there might not even be a VOD. That might be pre-me recording VODs, because I didn't start doing that until 2019. Or not recording VODs, but like archiving all VODs. The game also would have been in ASCII. So, there's that. Dinosaurs or chicken? Neither. I think they're closer. They have closer relation to Gandalf. That's yeah, Gandalf. That, or they're just inevitably what happens to billionaires. They become dragons because they become so obsessed with their own wealth that they just become weird, reclusive monsters that sit on a pile of money. You would need to make a mod that makes giant chickens tameable, because the only way you can get a giant chicken right now in Dwarf Forts is via them being a Titan, and Titans are not trainable. I don't know. I think like right now the dream would be being able to get another fort video done before the dino update, but I don't it's doable. I don't know if I can make enough interesting things happen in this fort to get one out in such a short period of time. Representative is visible. Excuse me? Yep. Well, already gone. Interesting. Getting kind of a lot of visitors all of a sudden. Out for interesting visitors like that. There we go. Mist generator is a go-go. I could also probably make this into a well. Maybe not this. So now they get happy thoughts before they go get the horrible thoughts. So now the order of operations is they walk up, they grab the minecart, they learn to swim, they get happy thoughts being near the mist, they get scared seeing the body, but it's okay because they also saw and felt the mist, and they're happy about it. And they're learning how to swim. We're killing a lot of stones with one bird. You know, most single men say that they're 6 feet as well. It doesn't make it true. Fried onions. I'm making a joke. I know that you're correct. Just say it. Also, Wapters is something I want to be able to say unironically. I know that we're going to have the teeny tiny velociraptors. It's specifically velociraptors that were itty bitty, right? I am 6 feet. Me too. I've had people accuse me of lying about my height in person. And then I go stand next to them and I'm this much taller than them. And it's like, what of it? I'm 6 feet and a half, technically. But that's only because that makes me a full inch taller than my dad. Who for years would say he's 5'9" 3/4, and I think he's 5'9" 1/2 now. Because he's getting up there. Back problems, compressed discs and all that. They came for the mist generator, and instead rode a minecart underwater. Is this fort unethical? Are we bad people? I'm just kind of assuming we are. Speaking of bad, I haven't given my mayor a dining room yet. I should probably do that. I'm gonna put my mayor's dining room in the middle of the walkway because fuck rules. What even are rules? You don't see these very often, but Tao of the Rock in the YouTube chat has used a member re-up for 29 months. Have I really been streaming on YouTube for that long? Have I had YouTube memberships out? I guess I have. Jeez. Anyways, they say the joys of being 5'11" and a half. You're in you're 6 foot in shoes. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, all I can say is that the joys of being tall is that your back hurt when you were growing, so if that's a joy, then I guess that's a joy. Okay, so let's go here. Rules? Sounds like a bunch of fools. A human caravan has arrived from Duka Bihal. Trade sentiments are tenuous at best. Well, I'm too busy trading my own sanity for absurdity, so shouldn't worry about their trade sentiments too much. What? Oh, I had the wrong tool selected. That would be why. Should also put another mist generator over here. Dwarves are not evil. At worst, they are benign. Yeah. Why does the word benign look like Bennigan? Like, who's Bennigan? Although I would say the dwarves are not evil, but the players who play the dwarves can sometimes be evil. I think that's probably like the closest, most accurate, like, bounce off of that statement that I could make about this fort. Am I being evil? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Mean? Yeah, definitely. Also, banger. Also, I missed a bunch over there. That's fine. These all need flooring. Just let the dwarves get to work on all this. And these dwarves are like spacious in the bedroom department. Bennigan's was a restaurant that you liked in the French fries when you liked the French fries when you were little, because one of those places that the U.S. had all the extensive knickknacks all over the walls. There's a few of those places that have piles of knickknacks all over the walls close to where I live. Unrelated, do bedrooms really need walls? No, they don't. If you want to, like, they just need separate zones. It might be a little bit more annoying to designate, but they don't need walls. It's actually like the pro tip for if you have a vampire in your fort is just hack down all the walls in your bedrooms so that a dwarf sees another dwarf get eaten. So if you ever have a vampire in your fort, just like knock down all the walls to your bedrooms. This is a very 80s thing. Sounds like a diner. Or to me, I think of just like knickknacks on the walls as like independent or smaller diner chain thing. All right, we are about to get hit by ads, but I'm not going to do anything of note during the ad break. Downward slope into our room, since the slope is basically the door. I mean, I'm using stairs for the same purpose. I just like the way stairs look in and out of bedrooms more. I find stairs easier to keep track of, too. I haven't had a trade session with the elves yet. We'll see how that goes. If I do trade with the elves. I'm sure drowning them won't be too big of a deal either. Afraid after reliving experiencing trauma. Satisfied after improving observation. Intent near a waterfall. That's good. Also going to take all of my squads off duty and let them go take a break for a bit. Although, store your stuff in here if you can. You took your prom date to a Bennigan's? You had a prom date? It's crazy, man. Look at all that ammo. Okay, this is actually a little fucked up. Does the baby gain swimming skill? Oh. So no, the baby doesn't gain swimming skill because mom just hucks the baby out of the minecart and then does the lap. And then comes back around to pick up the baby. Any World Gen tips on how to locate really monstrous maps like my fort? This is just a terrifying map, so just any terrifying biome could be like this one. Like, you could increase the amount of evil maps, but that's kind of it. I don't know how I feel about the mom going through this minecart route and just hucking the baby on the side. I guess it's safer for the baby, but... Meow. Still injured. And they're still mining. Keep digging. I mean, Monsters Mash was just a normal Untamed Wilds biome. Like, Monsters Mash wasn't anything particularly special. Actually, it might have even just been Wilderness. I can't remember. It wasn't really a super notable portion of that particular fort. You know what's crazy? This feels like bragging, but it's true. I've made more money on YouTube between the 7th and the 15th of June than I did in the last month and a half, if not 2 months on YouTube. It's kind of crazy. Revenue just updated for the day. It's usually around 5 o'clock that happens. Oh, mountainous. Hit the elevation button and look. And then go for elevation. I usually, there's an option in Advanced World Gen which is periodically erode steep cliffs. And if you disable that, you'll get some amusements. I misread that, that's on me. I don't know if they'll get out here in time to fight this dude, but... Got a Goblin's Child Snatcher. By that I mean a Goblin Snatcher. A bunch of them, in fact. Except now I'm suddenly kind of concerned because... well, Woodill's right there and then runs away. The dwarves beat the crap out of him. Get him, boys! These are my wrestlers. We're all, like, legendary... to master to legendary fighters. Which is kind of incredible, actually. I mean, Pilot, the militia captain, was just punching the goblin in the head, bruising the muscle through the troll leather hood. Gobliterator? Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, dwarves, well, maybe go back to no orders, but go put your gear back on. Steel armor and 2 shields, as is tradition. Instead of a garburator, it's a gobbler, gobulator. Sounds delicious. I'm slightly annoyed by this. Okay, well, game, if you insist. If you insist on putting annoying limitations on where I can build power, I'll just go underneath it. I don't care. The FPS display at the lower left of the game has the number in the tick rate. So one is like basically like your monitor refresh rate, like the speed that the game feels versus the speed that the game is. Which you should usually just set that to whatever the refresh rate of your monitor is. Grumble. We'll do this instead. I always thought it was the other way around, where the one in the brackets is like the monitor. Yeah, but you want to set it to cap it that fast. But then you want your simulation speed to be lower, like the game speed. Got gifted a membership? Yeah, a couple got gifted earlier today, Dune. Honestly, I think this fort's coming together pretty nicely. Like, is it fugly in spots? Yeah, could it be better? Oh, most definitely. But I think it's coming along pretty nicely. I think the mayor hates it here and wonders why they signed up for this job. But, a dining room with no chairs is hell. But I could do it and nothing is stopping me. Man, okay. So, I haven't turned this on yet. But I feel like I should. Like, seal this off. Oh, it is sealed off. Keep that sealed off. Build this. Forbid all this. And then just see what this does. You guys want to find out what happens when I open up the water again? Who wants to see a big old wave? I want to know how quickly this fills up. It's a bit of a long walk, though. Whatever I want. Polar bear, 34. First number is the simulation rate, the number in parentheses is graphical. That's what I always thought. So I was right then. The Spirity Bus said simulation, or graphical and then simulation in brackets. I always thought it was the other way around, so my intuition was correct. Okay, so now with that all done, going to move all this from the burrow. And then I need you guys to do me a big favor. Grab your favorite water-related emotes or emoji and plop them in the chat. I need to see a big old wave of water. Because I'm just waiting for Luglar here. He's gonna go pull the lever. Crunk. And now this should go whoosh pretty quick, I would think. Kablooey! Pretty good. Not a bad gate, if I do say so myself. Should stop the bad guys from walking into my fortress too quickly. I mean, it's going to make it difficult to actually use the front door. Not to mention get in any other way. I'm pretty pleased with that. And thankfully it's pumping back up into there, so it's not going to like flood my fishing area or anything. Nothing silly. And to turn it off, all I have to do is this. Wait for a dwarf to come pull the lever. Once the lever's pulled. You immediately start to see it draining. Noise? I think you guys are misspelling moist, but I'll take it. Exactly. See, Mark's got it. We get these nice little floods down this way. Kind of pretty, actually, when you look at it. This is what I needed, chat. The last few forts I've built have been very samey aesthetically. And so it's nice to play something that like looks completely different. In some ways, this is a more traditional fort for me. Dwarf Fortress has always had automation, Arch. It's had automation as long as you can, as long as you've played it. not longer. I mean, look, see, I've got a really ridiculously over-engineered fish transportation device. I also have a happiness, sadness, stress, immunity, swimming training system. Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, it cleans off all of the icky goo from the sky that cuts you. Algae. They really over-automated fish transportation device. And, the happiness, sadness, automated swimming system makes dwarves walk through this lovely little mist generator over there by the big Minotaur guy with glowy eyes. I love how the statue for the Minotaur has white eyes. That's really funny. And then they get to ride through here past the corpse of one of their dead friends who drowned in here because didn't learn how to swim good enough. So, and then they gain swimming skill as well as they get scarred by seeing the dead body, but also get happiness from the waterfall. So ideally, we'll end with swimming skill and also immune to the stress of dead body. Right? I mean, that's not automated or intended or how it works. Archplay stuff, but okay. It's more like an unintentional outcome of lack of knowledge of game mechanics. Or an unfortunate side effect. Maybe that's a better thing to say. Anyways, speaking of scarring devices. I have no logs. Time to go cut down some trees. Which one of you numbskulls has an axe? None of you? Bullshit. Idiot with axe. Why are you napping? That should be illegal. Yeah, but if you watched that video, you would see that it's about an era of the game that doesn't exist anymore. So, that's like saying that the Romans existed, but isn't really a going concern for the current year. I mean, it doesn't matter. They could be legendary swimmers, and if there's a ceiling above them, they would still drown. Tower of the Rock. Anyways, chat, I'm looking at the time here. It's almost 6 o'clock. I've been live for almost 9 hours, which would explain why I'm hungry. Tomorrow, we will build this fun device to help teach dwarves how to dodge while in the tavern and dancing. They'll get very good at breakdancing, and if they don't get good at breakdancing, then they'll be broken while dancing. Either or. We need to expand the military tomorrow and think up other dumb contraptions to construct. So, hope that you enjoyed today. I think that's me for the day. How's our hospital? It's actually one of the first things I built. It's got a well in it and everything. But I just want to say a real quick thank you to everybody who tuned in today and hung out and spent time. That you had a good, enjoying stream experience. Enjoyable stream experience? Sure, those are words. I apologize that the stream still kind of flickers sometimes. Working on it. Good to know, Darren. We'll be